Hi, folks. Just a short check here. So yeah, we're starting right on time. We are starting in exact 40 minutes. And one moment, I wanted to make sure that you can hear me and see me and that everything is working properly, that you can either watch this on YouTube or watch this from our own platform that we are using at this event. So yeah, write a couple words to chat and write where are you from. And like I said, we are going to start very soon. Yeah, I see people writing already. Thank you, folks. And this is working. All right. And yeah, I guess it's live. And so yeah, see you in chats, see you asking questions, and we are so happy to have you all join. Yeah, enjoy.
Hey, 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 hey! Hello, everybody! Ladies and gentlemen, and all people, hello! I'm pleased to welcome you on very first minutes of Angular Global Summit 21 by Geekle. I'm so happy to have you here with us today. This is so emotional launch today for us. Actually, this is 12th summit we organized, and this is very special one, and I will tell you why. But first, I am Ed Nedin, and I am CEO and founder of Geekle. By the way, the Geekle's mission is to find the most fresh and useful tech content in the world and spread it out to every software developers in every country, in every village. That's why we exist, actually. That's what we do. And we're so happy today. 1 year, we're celebrating 1 year anniversary. 100, more than 120,000 people joined us during this year, and I'm so happy to see Maxim Salnikov on my backstage, because this guy, sorry Maxim, they can't see you yet, but just a few minutes more. Those guys are like supporting us for 1 year. I'm so happy to have you with us today at lunch, and yeah, a few minutes and it'll be on the stage. So what's new in Geekle? Yeah, and by the way, where are you from? Yeah, I said I'm Ed Nedin from Geekle, and I'm in Kiev currently. So just write a few words. Where are you from, guys and people? Yeah, just let us know. Um, and by the way, is it can you hear us well? Is the sound good and the stream is okay? Someone say I'm handsome. Thanks, man. Yeah. So today we launched this event at our own platform. We built, but by the way, this is an MVP platform, so please don't judge us. And if you have some bugs, we have special emails. Give us the bug report to help us get better. And Nick, actually, Nick, can you come here for a second? Yeah, I want you to see this guy. Yeah, yeah, he was in the stream. This guy is the person who actually in charge of all our, technical stuff during the streaming. So yeah, write him to the nick at geekle.us if you have some bugs. Anyway, here with me, Vicky Bond. Can you come and join us, Vicky?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you
Oh,
hear me
you look
well?
so nice today. Yeah, I hear you really good.
Very
Can
nice.
can you imagine, Vicky? We have so many people from different countries. I see people from Philippines, Serbia, the United States, Spain. United States is quite early there.
Early, too much
Yeah,
early. It's
it's
like
really
five
early.
o'clock. Five
Kind of
o'clock.
that. Thank you and appreciate Croatia, India, Sri Lanka, lots of Egypt. Yeah, lots of people. So tell us about the story of this event. How did you like prepare it, and how it was like in preparation?
Well, it was pretty hard. It took us 5 months to prepare this
Five
event.
months, Jesus.
Yeah, we tried to gather as much speakers as possible. And I'm really glad that we have 49 speakers.
49.
And I can
Wow.
say that 80% of all of these speakers, they are from community, Angular community, and they are really very famous. And I'm super excited about this, and I'm super happy that they agreed to help us. We will have 3 days of conference, and as usual, we have two tracks. The first day is today is going to be our junior track for all the people who are coming, who want to start their career and want to learn something new. And the 2 other days is going to be for our seniors who are already in the domain, but still there is something to learn.
It's always something to learn,
Yeah.
even for like very experienced people in the world, because that we are the part of tech community, and everything goes really so fast, and all every day coming some new technology, new ideas, new know-hows, best practices. That's actually why Geekle is doing our job, because we know that everything is changing all the time. Yeah, and also I know that this is the one brand who also support us today. Tell us, who is it?
The sponsor of this event is the company JetBrains. And just for this event, they provided us a link, which we are going to share here in the chat, which gives you 3 months of subscription to WebStorm. And as you know, JetBrains creates professional software development tools for coding in JavaScript, in Java, in Python, PHP, and so many other languages. And of course, team collaboration tools.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your support. We so appreciate. But by the way, people, did you know we never sell speeches? We never let speakers talk for money. That's what we promise, and we do always. So yeah, thanks for support to this brand. And actually, I believe they will have also the talk on this event.
We have a speaker.
It's only because our program committee think it's a useful talk, actually.
Yeah, we will have a speaker. His name is Piotr Tomiak. He's from the JetBrains, and he will share a very useful topic for our attendees.
Yeah, great. And just few words about our program committee. Thanks to everybody who was participating in this program committee and, was stepping all this road with us from the very beginning, from the specifying of what topics actually are worth to be talked on this event up to the very end. How it was working, Vicky? Tell us more.
There was a very hilarious stories because we were trying so hard to launch this event, and there was not very smooth from the very beginning. However, I can say that all the program committees, you will see them during these 3 days, because they are also our speakers who were so generous to help me to evaluate the topics and get the most value from it. So, but it was hard. It was really hard. And it's our first Angular event. And when I was reaching to all of these mega super experts, they was like, who are you? We never heard about you. But look where we now.
Yeah, kind of that. Thank you very much to you and to your team and to everybody. So we also have Jerome in our backstage. Can you please join us and tell us a few words? How do you feel? Hello, Jerome.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are right now. It's a really pleasure to be with you today for this first day, the junior track day. So if you're new to Angular, join us. Feel free to invite anyone, your friend, your family, your grandpa too. Everyone is welcome here.
My daughters always watch our events. They don't understand this technical stuff, but they know that we do something great. Yeah,
even my mom.
And your mom, cool. So just 2 minutes probably left before our speakers is starting, but we'll start. But Jerome, where are you now?
I'm in France.
In France.
Yes.
Oh,
so
that's great.
It's great to be here, and yes, with the global situation, it's really a great opportunity to join you and to join you for me, but for everyone to join us today to see a speaker from.
And we, all of us, were missing offline events, of course, and I can't wait to attend the next upcoming events, and maybe we'll launch our own offline events. Anyway, Jerome, the stage is yours. I don't know, Vicky, should we say something else, or maybe I'm missing something?
I think we mentioned everything possible. So I think we should leave Jerome and do magic over here on the stage.
Yeah,
And
Something from chat. I see someone is writing Kalispera, so I suppose it's from Greece, and
yeah, it's
also
Greece.
from Canada. And someone Kira says dinner time here in Philippines. Have a nice dinner, Kira. And who else? What is your name? Okay, we mentioned our names. Anyone? From Rwanda, wow. From Ukraine also, Armenia. Anyway, Jerome, this stage is yours. Let's no more chatting and let's go to the point. I'm leaving you at the stage with your speakers and who, by the way, the next speaker?
The next speaker will be Maxime. Maxime is a great speaker working at Microsoft, and he will talk about the state of Angular, but not the state right now, but what will be planned in the future too. As if you are new to Angular, it's really important to know what's going on with Angular. After the first three talks, we will have a Q&A panel, so feel free to ask questions. If you are using the Geekle platform, there is a tab question for you. If you're with us on YouTube, I will grab your questions too, so feel free to ask.
Yeah, can we invite Maxime right now in the
Yeah.
stream? I just want to. Hey,
Welcome,
Maxime.
Maxime.
Hello, folks.
Hello.
Do you hear me well? Do you see me well?
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely good. Even nice to see you again. Like 1 year since we met. Wow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice to see you, folks. Nice to meet you, folks.
Yeah, thank you for supporting us. It was like our pleasure to walk like this road, knowing that you guys supported us. Anyway, I promised to disappear, and I do it now.
Me too.
Yeah, let's do our stuff like why we came here. So have a good day, have a good talk, have a good everything. Bye bye.
Bye, everyone.
Okay, it seems like I can start the show. Let me switch to this tab. Yep, I'm super happy, super proud to kickstart this large conference dedicated to my favorite framework, my framework of choice, a conference with such a stellar lineup. And what I especially love, there are speakers, there are folks, both well-known in Angular communities and completely new names. This is super important to keep the stage open for everyone. So yeah, let's talk about status of Angular. This will be a very beginner-friendly session, which will show you, is Angular still a thing? How to contribute to Angular, and many more things. But let's start from the title slide. And you see this beautiful classic supercar from 90s called McLaren F1. Why did I choose exactly this one for illustrating status of Angular? Well, multiple reasons. First, it's red, and this is like official brand color of Angular brand. Then, for its time, it was the fastest car in production on the planet, and it had, I believe, still has lots of unique technical features for great driver experience. And there is one more thing, but a bit later on that. If we could sum up today's session, I love to start my talk with summary. What is the status of Angular ecosystem? And we dedicate enough time to go through what's new in the latest version. My name is Maxim Salnikov. I stream live directly from Oslo, Norway, Scandinavia. It's very sunny today, first day of the summer after all. I'm a big fan of the developer communities. This is why I had zero doubts when I was invited to speak at this conference with such a huge community impact. Here in Oslo, in Norway, where I live, I run Angular Oslo meetup, organized it many years ago. Maybe you know me as an organizer and the founder and the contributor to NG Vikings conference. And we had 3 in-person events. We had the one super huge digital event, and we super look forward for next NG Vikings edition. Stay tuned. I run initiative called NG Community, specifically for people like me, my soulmates, who organize communities, conferences, user groups dedicated to Angular. If you run the one, contact me immediately. You can do it via Twitter. WebMaxRU, my Twitter handle. I tweet mainly about web technologies, Angular, progressive web apps, and my direct messages are open. And by the way, I recently decided to check how long do I work with Angular, and discovered that my first production-ready code was based on AngularJS back in the days, version 1.1.4. I believe it's around 2013. Enough about me. Let's talk about Angular. And we start with some statistics. I'm not a big fan of different comparisons of frameworks and ecosystems, but I think that having some charts, some numbers are good for starting our discussion about status of Angular. I bet you have heard about initiative called State of JavaScript, State of JS. And here is the chart showing usage number. And the data is from 2020. I hope we'll have some updated numbers for 2021. And it was around 23,000 developers who took part in this survey. What do we see from this chart? If it's too small for you, I can tell you that Angular line is on the second place. It's like a purple color. It's still super popular, and the usage of Angular is quite stable, and it's related to all 3 major frameworks. A slightly less optimistic picture on that chart, showing interest to the framework, which is how many, what percentage of people would like to learn about this or that framework. What we see here, it's somehow decreasing for majority of large major frameworks. I think this is quite natural process, because like every single week there is new, interesting, simple, great framework appears. This is why maybe people more interested in learning something new, because yeah, among today's frameworks, there's definitely the next Angular, the next React, the next Vue. So it's just a question of time. And also, I believe in that particular survey, it's always mixed Angular and AngularJS. This is why this data is somehow questionable. So it was a survey where people filled up the form. What about a bit more objective data, like better measurable? If we look at the stats from Stack Overflow, number of questions people ask about this or that framework. And by the way, here I also I decided to pick AngularJS just to show its like popularity growth and then decrease, which is definitely natural. Again, if you don't see well on this too small picture, AngularJS is a blue line and Angular is orange line. Yeah, so the number of questions is 250,000, and it's growing every week, every day. I believe it reached some form of plateau. The time will show us. And by the way, Angular is well known for the officially documented the most dramatic spike of interest. As you see on that picture, I believe something comparable happened only with Swift language. And by the way, if we talk about Stack Overflow, they have their own survey, and in this one, more than 65,000 developers participated. So it's 3 times more than State of JS, which shows us this picture. Angular is among 3 most wanted frameworks. It's data. It's the question, like folks who didn't work with particular technology but want to start working with this. So no surprise about Angular. I'm a bit surprised about having Angular JS on such a high position here. Again, it's data from 2020. We'll see the new data in 2021, I hope shortly. So many folk from community, like technical community, took participation in all this service. Let's dedicate next chapter of our presentation to the relation between Angular as a framework, Angular as an Angular team, Angular as something like driven by Google, and technical community around this. What is Angular giving to community? Well, it's super obvious. It's a free, awesome, great framework for using in our personal, commercial projects. Yeah, it's open source. It has a very open licensing model, and if we check some numbers from downloads of corresponding package on NPM, we'll see the growth from 1.4 million to 2.5 million in just 1 year. And by the way, what do you think? Are these downloads of Angular package per month or per year? No, that's per week. It's quite a number, right? And GitHub says us that there are almost 2 million projects, open source ones, of course, because this is GitHub, which are using Angular. And of course, this is the top of the iceberg. We all know that Angular is heavily used by enterprises, by large companies which have their own private package registries. In many cases, they do not open source their code. They do not make it public. So yeah, of course, the real numbers are way higher. And yeah, people love using Angular. But the question is, if we as community consume all cool stuff from Angular, again, as framework, as like great people who work on this, is there's something that we give back? Is this relationship sustainable? Is this healthy? Or like simpler question, can we make sure that there is low risk that tomorrow Angular becomes closed source, Angular becomes deprecated? So is there something that we help from community side to support this project to sustain? Yes. And here are the ways of community contributing to Angular, like again, Angular as a project, as an ecosystem. First and foremost, huge number of feedback items in very broad definition of what feedback is. Comments on the issues and pull requests, all your blog post articles and videos, all your tweets, both negative and positive. So it's all super valuable for Angular team. So please continue and do this. Core development, direct contributions to the new features of Angular or bug fixes. It's also very, very common for Angular as a project. And later in this presentation, you'll see some concrete examples of this. And if we do not say about like core package core pieces of Angular, there is a huge ecosystem around this where community also can contribute. I'm talking about a huge number of libraries, all the resources with the documentation. Is something where we as community can contribute and contribute actively. And of course, like I believe Google is super happy to have such a huge community support. Yeah, there is no reason to be unhappy with that, right? I'm not even saying about Google is using Angular actively in their own projects. So I learned a lot from the session by Minko Gechev, a session called State of Angular, and yeah, what he presented, that all the core UIs of Google Cloud, Google Analytics, all related to advertisements driven by Angular framework. So you may wonder, how can I contribute? And especially if you are a new beginner, let me guide you through very concrete steps, how you can help Angular, and we're helping Angular, you help yourself as a developer, right? I believe the simplest and the fastest way to start your contributions is to do something with the documentation. Recently, Angular team released a full-scale content contributors guide. So you see the title from this page on my slide. And on every page related to documentation on angular.io, you'll find this icon with a pencil. That means that you can click on it and edit this document. Of course, after all, you will receive, you will create a pull request to the documentation, or yeah, in that case, to the documentation. Of course, before doing this, please go through this contributors guide, go through like content review guide, etc., etc. Go through all the guides, so to make sure that your pull request is well formed and corresponds to all the rules. And on the bottom of every document, or I believe majority of the documents related to documentation, you'll find something like this: last reviewed on a particular date. This is where you can help. This is where you can start your contributions. It's about making sure that content is up to date. And Angular team aims to have every single page of documentation reviewed at least every half a year, or with every major Angular release. I believe it's also around half a year cycle. And yeah, you can find this particular date in the source of this document in form of meta tag called reviewed. Quite similar you can do with the search keywords. Also, there is meta tag in the document, and you can help Angular search engine to find this or that piece of the documentation by just providing keywords. It's all about documentation. What about feature requests? If you desperately need something new in Angular, something for your project, or something you think that will work great for all the community of the developers, submit a feature request. And statistics shows that actually majority of the issues are not issues, at least to the core framework repo, not issues, but feature requests. And Angular was often blamed for ignoring issues, ignoring feature requests. I believe Angular team have heard this, and lesson learned. So last 6 months, they triaged thousands of open issues. And of course, it's not about just close. It's about going through, reacting if needed, or closing if needed. So don't be shy to submit a feature request from your side. Of course, again, I strongly encourage you to read all corresponding documentation, refer to the contributors guide. Or if there is a feature you would like to have already existing in the issues, correspondingly marked as feature on this violet background, you can vote for this. In just a few days, or maybe weeks, Angular is introducing a new automated system for managing all these feature requests. If you do not see this chart well, I can explain you super briefly. Someone is submitting feature request, Angular team is reviewing this. Of course, this is manual process and it cannot be automated. If this is something which is on the roadmap, somehow aligned to the plans, it labeled as prioritized manually, of course. And we talk about the roadmap a bit later. If not, it stays open for 60 days. And by the way, this schema was adopted from the one for VS Code. And it gathers votes in form of just a simple thumb up comment from your side, from your peers' side. If there are more than 20 votes for this 60 days, or maybe, I don't know, they will fine-tune this number somehow based on the reaction, they automatically mark it as something for the consideration, and then if it's again aligned to their plans, it labeled as prioritized again. And if not, it's just closed. And this could be automated, right? And also labeling as for consideration can also be automated. So hopefully this automation process will make feature requests process flow way faster, way smoother, so folks from Angular team will not spend too much time on this manual work on triaging. So let's see. I put my big hopes on this new flow. Or we are going back to the contributions way. You can implement the feature. And as I mentioned, it's very natural for Angular to include quite a core features developed by contributors from the community. Just to name a few in the latest release. And we are slowly moving to what's new in the latest version of Angular. Metadata from HTTP requests are now available in interceptors, which makes these interceptors logic way more flexible, way more like universal. App initializer can now work as observable, not only as a promise. I personally use this feature quite heavily in my projects, so I'm super happy to have this feature landed. More things, emit event option for abstract control-based class method now is for every component, and smaller things like getting rid of unneeded warnings. These are just few examples of multiple contributions from community which landed in particular version of Angular in production. So we started our discussion about what's new, and we go back to the discussion about title slide, right? You remember there is McLaren F1, and this is what under the hood of this beautiful car. And by the way, this is not Wally from corresponding cartoon. This is engine, and this engine has 12 cylinders. I couldn't miss the opportunity to illustrate the release V12 of Angular by the engine, especially engine from this powerful and beautiful car. I believe this is the last chance to do this, right? Next versions will be a bit more bizarre to illustrate by some form of engines, if possible at all. So what do we normally have in the next major release of Angular? Maybe it's applicable for many open source projects like this. Deprecations. We have to be prepared for some stuff which will be removed in the next major version. We'll have a separate discussion about why it ever happens. New features. Always nice to just update the framework and enjoy completely new features, improving both developer experience and user experience. Special word about developer experience, which is super important part of the ecosystems like Angular. So this is not only a framework which makes you happy as a developer, not the core part of the framework, but what are the helpers around this? What is helping you to build with this framework, like CLI, like language services, like debugging tools, many things around. Of course, tons of bug fixes. This is always, and removals themselves. Let's have a bit closer look on these 3 top points from version 12 release. And let's talk about deprecations. Why do we have to deprecate something in web frameworks? I believe it's especially more relevant to web front-end frameworks. Well, web standards are evolving, right? Both JavaScript is evolving as a language, web APIs available in the browsers are evolving, and if we want to call our framework a modern one, we have to somehow keep up with this pace. At the same time, if we remove something that was deprecated from the web standards themselves, or something that supports super rarely used features, we simplify the framework and we improve developer experience. Less things to learn, less concepts to understand, like all the new features are available. It's pure pleasure to work with a framework like that. So talking about deprecations, 2 major ones in V12. We say almost farewell to IE11. So it's a deprecation after all. It's not removal yet. This will be removed in version 13, in the next major version. But now it's just time for us to get prepared for this and maybe to have some migration ideas if we heavily rely on IE11. Of course, this decision based on data, based on multiple discussions, sometimes quite hot discussions, what to do with the last non-evergreen browser supported by Angular framework. You can get all the details in corresponding link. By the way, this presentation is full of links. So I tried to find proofs. I tried to find more details for every single concept I mentioned, for every single slide. This is why it's super important for you to have this slide deck available for you. And it's online, so I stream it from online, and I'll share the link to this slide deck on my last slide. But yeah, this is just a side story. The next thing to be deprecated in V12 is View Engine. Again, this chart might be too small to ever find how many people, what is the ratio of people opted in for using View Engine since Angular version 9, when Ivy became a default compilation and rendering engine. And even if we zoom in this chart, still the ratio of people who still want to use View Engine on their project is very small, close to unnoticeable on this chart. But if you build a library, it might take a bit more time for you to adopt it to Ivy. This is why it's relevant for the projects built on Angular, but not for the libraries. For the libraries, there is still this ngCC compatibility compiler, which will help you to still use the libraries which are using View Engine. Again, support for View Engine will be removed in the next major version. Now it's deprecated. Okay, we have only a few minutes left. Let's talk about some cool new features of the framework. I think it's a good idea to start with knowledge coalescing available in the templates now. Of course, it makes the syntax way clearer. It makes syntax closer to the latest standards of JavaScript. I believe this is in stage 4 proposal, but I might be wrong, and TypeScript. So now we can use this possibility in the templates. We have something similar called safety navigation operator, but I believe these 2 features will complement each other. And many things related to styling. So no doubts, in our web front-end frameworks, we heavily rely on styles. often work with CSS, and sometimes tooling around CSS is not simpler than tooling around JavaScript, if not more complex. To improve developer experience, now we have support for inline Sass syntax in our template. So there is no need now to externalize the styles which we want to be compiled by a corresponding styles compiler. We have support of the super popular CSS framework Tailwind. I believe many of you use this, many of you love this. And a bit more under the hood change that you can use newer module system with corresponding API from updated Sass project. And also related to styling, but also heavily affecting in a positive way, of course, performance. We now have a chance to have critical CSS inlined straight into our index HTML to have first content paint as immediate as possible. The same with CSS related to Google Fonts if we used it in our project. Yeah, I think this all contributes very well both to developer experience and to performance, and many more other features. Some of them, by the way, were available as an experimental mode in the previous version in Angular 11, but now they are stable, they are in production. From this list, my favorite one is production build by default. Now, if we run ng build, we'll have production build, not a development build. It makes my personal life, I contribute to Azure Static Web Apps project. It makes my life simpler. So less things to fine tune, less things to explain in documentation when we talk about building pipeline for the web frontend project. So I believe Angular was a bit behind of that common standard when npm run build builds production version. Now we have this with Angular. Another really cool thing is video message for errors. So instead of going through the documentation, you can watch super short, maybe like few seconds video, which will explain why this error happened and how you can mitigate this. Talking about developer tooling, here is a great thingy. Angular DevTools. It definitely deserves a dedicated session. Now let me just illustrate it by the official video. It's an extension for Chrome DevTools where we can explore all the components, what's going on there. We can change inputs and outputs, and we can profile. We can go through all these change detections in a very detailed way to understand what could be improved. So I strongly encourage you to install Angular DevTools today. And as you see, it's super popular. It was released just maybe 2 weeks ago, and it has over 30,000 downloads. Let's contribute to this number of downloads. Just go to angular.io/devtools and install this. Again, maybe this is slide for new beginners with Angular. How can I update from this version to that version, taking into account that maybe some change in configuration needed, something else to do except just updating the package? There is a great resource called Update Angular.io, and it gives you exact commands which to run, depending on the complexity of your project, depending on which parts of Angular ecosystem you use. In my case, for my personal blog post, it was just a question of running two commands, ng-update to corresponding libraries. Also, I use Angular material, another command to update, and these commands, they update package and they do all the changes in the files needed. As a result, I got all the new great features, and I was a bit surprised. My bundle size was reduced from 810K to 805. That's amazing. Without any movement from my side, I just got better application. Super briefly, what's coming next? My first answer on that, you decide. You know how to contribute, right? You know how to send feature requests. You know how to implement this. You know this new cycle of feature requests. And there is official roadmap available. You can always find it on the link you see on the bottom. And personally from me, my 3 most wanted features from Angular. First, I think it's crucial to have Zone.js as optional. I think Zone.js as a core part of Angular played its great role for establishing Angular as a framework, but now it's like slowing its down. There are multiple, technical conversations on that, and hopefully it's coming. Next, about UI, Angular material is going to change to MDC web library. Also, a very great idea to keep in pace with modern web standards. And very utility thingy, but related to many projects. And you can hardly imagine projects built on Angular without forms. Having strongly typed forms, I believe, is salvation for many projects. And yeah, disclaimer: these are just my personal thoughts. Like there is no any date promises on these features, but they are all on the roadmap. Let's sum up. Angular is here to stay, and Angular loves community. Community loves Angular. Please contribute. Your contributions are welcome to the documentation, to the framework, to the ecosystem. Latest release is super great. Update to it right now, maybe right after the conference or during. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. On this link, you'll find my slide deck, and see you on Q&A session.
Thanks, Maxime. Thanks. Yes, contribute to Angular. You don't need to be an expert. You can contribute on documentation. You can just open an issue because there is a problem. You can share content on social media. You can create libraries. You can make so much. You can just answer to questions on Stack Overflow to help people understand how Angular works. And it can be simple question, so you don't really need to be an expert. It's really important. And update to latest version, so you can enjoy all the great features going on. And I hope strongly typed forms will be with us in the future too. Thanks, Maxime. We will see you into an hour for the Q&A panel. So if you have questions, don't hesitate. But keep watching. I will invite. Yes, thanks, Maxime. Now I will invite Mashhood with us. Hello, Mashhood.
Hello. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. So good afternoon. You're from Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
What's your current position right there?
Sorry?
What's your position, your job in Pakistan?
So I'm working as the CTO at this local startup here. It's called Sastatica.pk. We're like the Expedia for Pakistan.
Okay, great. So today with us, you will talk about how to know if your applications is good rated to new standards. And for that, we will see the web core vitals and all the inputs, the insights that you can discover with it. So I will display your presentation.
Awesome.
Thanks for joining everyone, and I will let you go on, Mashhood.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and welcome everyone to our Global Angular Summit 21. It's a very exciting event. Lots of awesome talks lined up for the day. I'll be talking about some Angular performance stuff today. Hopefully it's going to be very introductory, and it should apply on, some of it should also apply on non-Angular stuff as well. But today our focus is going to be all about Angular. So let's start in, and let's start with talking about, well, actually, let me just reintroduce myself. As introduced, my name is Mashhood. I work at Systedica, and as I mentioned before, I'm speaking from Karachi, Pakistan, and over here in Karachi, I am a very active community member, working with our local Angular community, Angular Pakistan, and all of the different open source communities, including React, Python, AWS, and whatnot. I also run a small podcast for our local community. It's in Urdu, and I have a very old blog on my website as well. So I want to start us today with this concept of why is performance important? Why do we think about performance when we are building any application? And at the end of the day, any website that we make, be it a blog or an e-commerce store or a game or whatever, it's actually built for users. It's for users to come in and use them. It's for users to come in and consume. And this is where the concept of conversion comes in. So when a user actually is able to do what they came for, then we call it a conversion. So at the end of the day, any stakeholder on a website for a product is usually optimizing for the conversion rate, because what you want to do is to give the best experience possible to your customers using your website. And we've seen time and time again, this is nothing new, this has been there for many, many years, that as we improve performance of our Angular applications, the conversion rate improves as well. So people enjoy using faster websites, and they essentially stick around for much longer, and they complete the task that they're there for. So we understand that performance is a critical part for building any type of application on the web. But what is performance really? And one of the things that's very surprising for me, at least, is that even though we've been building so many applications, so many things on the web, we still don't have a standard for measuring web performance. Yes, we have many websites, and each website has its own metrics, its own scoring mechanisms and whatnot, but there is no one standard that everyone can follow and understand that, okay, if I score high on this standard, I actually have a very good website. And when we talk about performance, it's also worthwhile thinking, are we only talking about speed? What about so many other things that come part of the user experience? And so this is where Core Web Vitals comes in. And so Google essentially introduced these new metrics as creating a standard for measuring the user web experience on the web. And they've done this while thinking of two main things. One is to standardize the metrics in a way that they could be understood by everyone, all the stakeholders of the product, which means that it's not enough for someone technical to understand them, but also maybe your business owners or some marketing folks as well. The second important thing is what I've mentioned over here. The focus is on a great user experience. So essentially, at the end of the day, you're not only trying to measure random things on your website, but you're actually focusing on the great user experience. So let's look at these metrics and see how they're focusing on the user experience and what exactly are they measuring? The first one up is LCP, or largest contentful paint. As the name says it, we're essentially trying to measure how long it takes for the largest part of your website to render on the web page, right? And essentially what we're trying to see is how fast your website loads. So why do we measure this particular point, the largest contentful paint? And that is, again, from that point of view of the user. When that largest contentful paint happens, it can be safely assumed that you've rendered the main content of your website in most cases. So if a person is there to, let's say, read a blog post, that means all of the text has now appeared and the user can begin reading the text. And this is much better to the alternatives. We will talk about one of them is timed at first byte, which is more focused on how fast the server is responding, or something like DOM content loaded, which happens much later in the process when all the scripts have finished loading. They're all good metrics, but I feel when you're looking to optimize one metric, this kind of hits the nail on the head with the user experience part. The next one up is first input delay. And first input delay is a measurement of how well your website responds to on the interaction while it's loading. So as it's loading, I start scrolling, and one of two things can happen. One is that I'll find a very jaggy experience. It's going to be lagging, it might get stuck. Or in the other sense, I'll just get a very smooth experience. I can start reading my article. I can start exploring as content is being loaded. FID is measured in milliseconds. And what you want to do is you want to have a performance metric that is your website should be able to respond back to the user within 100 milliseconds. Now, ideally, for the best user experience, it should be much smaller, because if you have animations on your website, then it just takes a few milliseconds to start the frame drops to happen. And that is something the users will immediately notice. So there's a lot more stuff over here. We'll be talking about this in the upcoming slide. Finally, we're going to talk about CLS, cumulative layout shift. Again, the name says it all. We're talking about layout shifts in our page after the content has loaded. So if I have a blog post, and then after a few seconds, the image loads in asynchronously, it will shift my content downwards. And that's obviously not very ideal, because if I'm reading that blog post at that time, I'm going to lose the point where I was leading, because all the content has shifted downwards. So that's a very subpar experience. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. Here's another example. In this case, you're going to tap on something, but then suddenly this banner appears and pushes all of the content downwards, and you end up tapping on the banner. Now, this is obviously something that is very undesirable. So this is something we want to avoid. So these were the three metrics that are part of the core Web Vitals. And you can already see how they've been tuned towards a good user experience, and two, they're simple enough that even non-technical folks can understand them. So now we're going to take these metrics and we want to see how we can optimize our Angular apps for these metrics. Now I want to start off by saying that one of my favorite things about Angular is the amount of optimization they've done to the framework. And Maxim even touched on it before, and everything is optimized to the max. So this talk was actually quite hard when it came to seeing what other optimizations can we do in order to get better performance. And what we'll see is that it's not just about the code we're writing and the framework we're using, but also a lot of other things around this that need to be optimized as well. So we're going to start off with our network requests. So this is a screenshot from our Chrome DevTools Network Inspector. And this is one of my favorite screenshots to review when I'm looking at performance. Because when we think about files downloading while the website is loading, we always assume that most of the time has been taken by the content download part of the time, right? But you can see over here that's not always the case. This is an actual file that was downloaded on my computer, and we can see here that it actually was queued up first for quite a long time. The queuing up happens because most browsers limit the number of parallel requests to a server. Normally it's around 6 requests. So if you have 10 or 12 requests that are initiated in the start, then some of them will have to wait. And if these are part of your core bundle or core JavaScript files, which will help render something on the screen, then everything gets delayed. Likewise, then we spend a fair amount of time trying to connect to the server and establish the connection. And then we have the time to first byte, where we're just waiting for the server to respond and network trip to and back from the server. And finally, we have a very small blue dip, which is 15% of the total time spent. That is the content download part. And again, just so that we're clear, this is not the end of the journey. After this, there's a whole other process cycle for processing that content and then compiling it and then rendering it. But this is just the first stage of the journey for a request. So how can we improve this? Let's start from the top. We want to start by looking at the queuing part first and seeing how we can improve that. So queuing happens when you have too many things trying to load at the same time. Now, the obvious way to optimize for it is to reduce that. Now, when it comes to the Angular bundle itself, I can vouch that it is pretty well optimized. The problem that usually comes in is that we start adding our own custom third-party scripts in our index.html page that usually end up in the head because they're for analytics or chat pop-ups or ads or whatever. Now, the cool thing is we now have the tools to make sure that these scripts are deferred to the later part of the processing so that you are able to first take parse all the HTML, download the important scripts first, and then focus on them later. And when you apply these, you'll notice on the top for each item that I have on the list, I'm going to be sharing how it improves your LCP and your FID and what's the impact on the CLS as well. In this particular case, since you are deferring all of the non-important things down later, that means your core files can download first and you can get a much faster render on your screen. But more interestingly, how does this help first input delay? Well, if you defer all of the marketing scripts and the processing later on, then while the content is initially loading, there's a lot less to process and render. So this is something that's super useful and can give you a very, very good experience when done correctly. However, you'll see that CLS is actually worsened by this. And that's because if you have things like ads running on your website and they load in much later, that will push the content downwards or sideways. And that's obviously going to give you a much poor score for CLS. So if you're running into that problem, then you need to focus on making sure that any content that will be rendered later on, like asynchronous images or ad banners, they have the space provided for it already. So if you give the height and width attributes to those divs, then the content will not shift when they load in, and it will simply fill up within the space that is provided to them. Next up, I want to talk about prefetch and preload. And prefetching is where we optimize the middle part where it's trying to connect to the server. We understand that domain lookups can sometimes be slow, especially with network latency on mobile phones. And it's very important that if we consider the connection time for each request that is going out, if you can somehow reduce that, then that ends up being a huge win for our performance. So you can introduce a link tag with the DNS prefetch or pre-connect tags that will actually help you reduce that load and improve the performance of your website, or improve the loading performance of your website. Similarly, there's the concept for preloading. And preloading, you're not really talking about initial loading, but actually loading the next pages of your website. Again, if you're talking about user experience, it doesn't finish when the page loads, right? You want to give the complete experience till the end of the user journey. Angular has built-in preloading strategies for all of the lazy loaded content, and you can already start preloading all of the different modules before the user starts going on to the next page. So this is super useful and built right into Angular for you to use. The next thing we want to talk about is time to first byte. Time to first byte is a metric that is measured, is the time that it takes for the server, the request to go from your client, and time taken for it to come back from your server. So i.e. it's how long has it taken for the server to respond. It contains things like network latency and how busy your server is, and the server optimizations around sizing and all of that. But in the world today, we don't really have to think about this because we have what we call content delivery networks. These are available across all different clouds, and even third parties like Cloudflare's are super, super amazing. And essentially what they will do is, one, they will make sure that your static assets, i.e. your Angular bundle and JavaScript and CSS bundles, they are delivered to the user from the closest nodes to them. So super fast delivery with minimum network latency. And the compute is also optimized so that they're delivered super fast. CDNs also help you with things like DDoS attacks and other things as well. They have quite a few features available within them nowadays. And one of my favorite ones is that they also help you configure caching. Caching is something that we as front-end developers sometimes forget about, and that can have a pretty large impact. Because at the end of the day, when we're building a website, we're not building it for a single time use in most cases, especially a website like ours at Syseticket, where users are coming again and again to check their flight prices and book them when they find them to be lowest. So for us, caching is very important, that when the user comes again to the website, it should load in much faster than it did before. And the best way to optimize for that is actually to use Service Worker. And my personal favorite is using Service Worker's app shell strategy that essentially caches my whole application shell on the client side. And whenever I update any of my JavaScript or CSS files, the new versions of my application, they're downloaded in the background. And then they can be shown to the user either immediately after they've been loaded or somewhere down the line when the user closes and opens their browser again. So this is a super useful pattern to use. And one more important thing about this is that the Service Worker runs in a background thread. So it also helps with your FID score because it has offloaded the loading part of all of the scripts away from the main thread. So this was all about the network requests and how do you get the file to the client. But at the end of the day, we understand that no matter how much network optimizations we do, we will eventually have to work on the bundle itself as well. Now, we already know that in terms of building the bundle, we get a very optimized bundle. And one of my favorite parts about Angular is that every year, with every release, the bundle gets smaller automatically, like Maxim just showed in his talk. But when we keep adding our code to it more and more, the bundle keeps growing in size as well. So we want to start off by first creating a budget of how big should our bundle actually be when we're targeting specific performance goals. For that, there's a very nice website out there called performancebudget.io. And it looks something like this. So essentially right now, I've chosen a goal for a 2-second download on a fast 3G connection. And this is based on how users on my website coming in, i.e. aesthetica.pk, and 80% of the users are on mobile, and 50% of them are actually using 3G or 4G. So that's like a fast 3G connection. And I was very surprised to see here that I only get 400 KB when that's the total budget I have to download. And that's shared across all of these different things that I have to download. That includes my HTML, my CSS, fonts, images, JavaScript. Now, I've been very generous with JavaScript over here. Normally, our CSS and HTML files are bigger. But assuming we have the whole focus is on JavaScript, even then, you only get 280 KBs to work with. So that's not very much. So we have to work quite hard to make sure that all of the code that we're trying to send is as minimal as possible. So let's start off with the first option here, and that is to start analyzing what's inside our bundle. And in order to do that, we're going to use this tool called Source Map Explorer, and it gives us this very nice visual graph that helps us determine what's happening inside our bundle. And many times I have found that there are certain libraries that I added at some point, but I'm no longer using them. And they're somehow referenced in the code somewhere. That's why they haven't been removed. So you find things like that, or you find things like, oh, I didn't realize Moment.js time zone had such a big bundle size, right? So these discoveries happen when you start analyzing your bundle size, and can help you essentially switch to better alternatives as well. Next up, tree shaking is something we've all been using for some time now. And essentially, it's super great. And even Angular does a lot of optimization within tree shaking. And you can go all the way up to tree shaking your services if you want to do that. However, tree shaking, you can make mistakes sometimes. And if you're not importing things correctly in your source code, then of course, this will lead to an unoptimized bundle. And also, if you're not using the right libraries, that might also cause this problem. Lodash is a very particular example. So ensuring that we're using the right way to import and the right versions of the libraries as well. Next one up, if you do actually miss out on the imports, then you can always look at the coverage tab of Chrome DevTools. And this tab actually shows you how much of the code that you've downloaded, CSS and JavaScript, is actually being run and used. And this kind of really helps you understand, okay, maybe I can refactor this file and move just this function into a separate file, or structure my code in a slightly different way so that all of this unused code isn't shipped with the initial load that is required. So these are very useful tools to have in your belt as well. The next place where I found that we could always optimize for was polyfills. Now, most of us nowadays actually just focus on the latest 2 versions of the browsers, but for us, actually, we have to support a lot more and go quite a way back in browser support. So for that, I've shared one of the links that I've really enjoyed reading, and that is essentially the best strategy that I've found was maintaining 2 different bundles for this. So you support the new bundles with the module configuration, and then you have an older bundle that is slightly bigger with all the polyfills and everything that can be used for the older browsers. So that also helps kind of reduce your bundle size. And when you ship less code, then your FID also goes up because you can essentially ship, there's less code to process, so it's a little more responsive on your client side. Next up, lazy loading has been in Angular from the start. The load children function is super easy to use. So if you're not using this already, I highly recommend doing that. It will essentially break your single bundle into small pieces, and then it will download only those chunks that are needed at that time. This has a massive performance impact on your bundle, on your application. And you can have a bundle that is, when combined, 2 or 3 MB large, and that can be split into smaller pieces of chunks of 100 KBs or maybe even 50 KB if once it's split out. So this is something that's very useful to look at. And if you're not using them, I heavily recommend enabling this for your application. Sometimes we are trying to download too many things at the same time. All of them are important, so they need to be done. You might be also downloading some sample data, some images, and a lot of stuff could be happening on the main thread. Now, you can always delegate some of the main thread work to web workers and reduce the load on the main thread. And what that will do is give that user experience a bit better, because now there's less stuff happening on web workers, on the main thread, and more stuff happening on web workers. Now, this is especially important for animations because, like I said before, if there is even a slight delay, I think it's 16 milliseconds. If there's a 16 millisecond delay, then your frames will start getting dropped in animation, and that essentially gives a really bad experience to the user. So we want to make sure if there's any heavy computation that happens on the web workers, so that the main thread can essentially give the best experience to the user. Next one up is web fonts and animations. And this is two places where we sometimes struggle with configuring our CLS scores. With web fonts, we have quite a few things, and one of them is just downloading them. That's a big challenge. We've probably seen on many websites where the font doesn't appear at all, and suddenly everything appears. And sometimes there's a flash of fonts as they change. So as the web font gets downloaded, then the default font will switch over to the web font. Now, both of these are less than ideal scenarios. So we have this new font display property that you can use to control that experience a little bit. And finally, if you are using web fonts, make sure that you're caching them properly, because so the next time when the user comes in, they're already there and they can be quickly used right away. For animations, it's a little more tricky because essentially it depends on how much work you're putting on the main thread by that animation. So there are certain things that the browser can do really, really fast, but then there are other things that cause relayouts and paints and compositions that are actually very expensive. So we want to make sure we're minimizing those so we can essentially, again, give the best user experience. And I will also add over here that mainly when it comes to animations, it's actually the lower end devices that struggle the most because they have limited computation power. So make sure that you're always testing on lower end devices with your animations if you have them on your website. Next up, server-side rendering. We all know that this is something that's super useful. Angular has that package built right in, and you can then render everything on the server and ship it to the client side. However, it comes with a technical overhead, so you do have to maintain your state on the server side and the client side, and you have to be careful. So if you're not using transfer state properly, then actually your state will be recreated on the front end. And this will actually end up causing a redraw of your application, which will essentially be detrimental for your CLS. So it might actually have a much worse effect for CLS if you don't configure this properly. But again, this is a super nice way to improve LCP for your website nonetheless. Maxim also mentioned the Angular dev tools that have recently been upgraded. So worth checking out, and they can also help you debug CLS issues. So if you can't figure out why content is loading much later on, or why there are shifts in content that are causing a reduced score on the CLS side, then DevTools can help you figure that out as well. One of the cool things about Core Web Vitals is that Google has integrated them across the board. So you can use them as part of your CI tools. You can essentially, they're present inside the Search Console. So the business owners can also look at them and see their impact. And you can also compare your performance to other websites using the Chrome User Experience Report. One of the best tools out there to measure all of this performance stuff is Lighthouse. You can essentially, it's built right into DevTools. You can track stuff on mobile and desktop, and you can do a variety of network conditions as well. And it will give you a detailed breakdown in how things are being managed and how you can improve them. So there are many recommendations in the report. And at the end of the day, when you really want to deep dive down, it has all of the capabilities right down to looking at frame by frame performance and trying to see what is actually causing that lag in your system, which files and which file processing is causing all of the pain. There's a lot more to be covered here, but unfortunately we've run out of time. So I will point you towards web.dev. That's one of the best resources out there for Core Web Vitals. And that will be it all from my side today. I hope you got to learn something new today. And yeah, see you guys in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mashhood. I really liked your slides with the impact on Web Code Vitals for each solutions. It was really, really great. So
thank you.
There is so great content. I think we can improve our application so much with all this advice from Mashhood. Thanks so much, Mashhood, and see you in 30 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
I sleep so well at night because I ship my code with confidence, and you should ship your code with confidence. To help you to do so, you can test your application. And today with us, we have Jeetendra, which will explain us how to start with unit testing. Hello, Jeetendra.
Yeah, hi. How are you?
Fine. I'm so glad to have you with us today. I joined another event last week and I saw your talk, and it's so great. So everyone, keep watching, and Jeetendra will explain you how to start with unit testing with Angular. And as I told you, it will help you to shape your code with confidence, either adding or refactoring your code.
Yeah.
You can share your screen.
Yeah.
If you want, and I will add it to the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to the Geekle Angular Summit 2021. So I'll be today giving the session on how to start the unit testing in Angular with the help of Jasmine and Karma. So first thing about me. So my name is Jeetendra. I am senior software engineer at Easy Solutions, and also have the 9 years of experience in Microsoft.NET and open source technologies. Also, I am the C# Corner MVP, and also the leading the C# Corner chapter. So we conduct the events in monthly basis, like offline, online, and we take the latest technology topics to talk on. So we have the moderators also in the chapters, and also I speak and blogger at the C# Corner. So you know the name in C# Corner. So I usually write the blogs and articles there. Okay. So what we are going to learn today. So in unit testing, so this is the agenda we are going to learn today. So what is unit testing, benefits of unit testing, what are the testing frameworks are there to test the Angular application. So in this session, I'm covering the Jasmine and Karma. So this is the default one comes with the, when you create Angular application, that the Karma and Jasmine is already configured in the Angular application. So I am covering the Karma and Jasmine here. So next we are going to discuss what are the basic concepts of Jasmine, so you can start writing your unit test case. So after that, we'll see what is test bed, and I'm going to show the demo how you can start the writing unit test case with the help of Jasmine. So what is unit testing? So unit testing is nothing but it is the process of testing small isolated piece of code, right? So whatever the code you are written, so that code needs to be testable, right? So if anything is breaking, or if newcomers come and made some changes in there, so that code will be mess up, right? So because I have written code few months back, but the newcomers come and made that changes, but the whole code, he doesn't know about the what's the behind the, what are the conditions or what are the logic I have added in that code. So that piece of code we need to be tested. It guard against breaking the existing code when we make the changes. Like previously we said, like I have written the code in the previously, but newcomers come and make that changes and the code break. Okay, so how to figure out like what was the piece of code we are breaking? So if we have written the unit test for that particular code, then after anyone makes changes, then we can run that unit test against that code changes, and we can make sure that like this code is breaking the changes. So we need to make sure that code part is unit tested properly. It clarifies what the code does. So using unit testing, you can document the code. In the form of documentation, you can show your code, like what's code are doing, what's output you are getting, what needs to be passed in the function. So that's the documentation you can generate with the help of unit testing. They reveal mistakes in design and implementation. It forces us to look at our code many angles and make your code more modular, right? So in day-to-day life, every programmer or developer write code, but we don't know what are the angles. Like we have the testers, right? So test engineers also there, so they test in the various angles. So they test for the positive way, in the negative way, and what are the performance they are getting. So these are the things developer also needs to take care. Like if I'm passing the two parameters, I'm passing any parameter to the function, so what happens if no one if tester makes some changes to call that method without passing any parameter. So this small example I have given, so that we can avoid it. So what are the benefits of unit testing? So the first benefit is improve the design of implementation. So once you start making any changes, so you can write the unit test against that code. So it takes it shows how the code is implemented, how the structure of that code. So it shows the design of implementation and improves. It also allows the refactoring, right? So if my function have the 100 lines of code and some parameters or some code is repeating in other functions also, so I can common out that function and make it is common and use that in my function. So it allows some refactoring when you do some unit testing in your application. Add new features without breaking. If you are written unit test case and adding new features, so you can running by test cases, you can check if anything is breaking or not. If it shows green signals, so everything is fine, so we can launch our new feature. Test our good documentation. Test make developers more confident about their work. So if we have unit tested our code properly, so we are more confident what are the code we are pushing or what are the code we are contributing in the application that works perfectly. Next, what are the testing frameworks? So in this session, we are covering Jasmine and Karma, but what about other frameworks supported to test the Angular applications? So testing frameworks are suites of programs or packages that facilitate testing another program to ensure its quality. So let's see what are the other frameworks are there to test the Angular application. So Karma is there, Jasmine, Jest, Mocha, Chai, 2Unit, Cypress. So Cypress is the one of the most powerful framework to test the Angular application. So I think in the second part of the day one, we have the one session on the how to write the good unit test using the Cypress. So you can check that how the Cypress used to write the unit test case in the Angular application. So next is we are going to see what is Karma. So it is nothing but a node-based test tool that allows you to test your JavaScript code across multiple real browsers. So it's a node-based tool. So it provides the Karma provides the commands to run your unit test, and it shows your unit test result on the command prompt as well and on the browsers as well. Karma is a tool that makes our test-driven development fast, fun, and easy. So using the Karma, you can easily test your code, just run the command, ng test, your application start compiling, and get generating the result, what are the tests we have written. So just using one command, it's easy to run our test-driven development or test the unit test our code. A command line JavaScript test runner. Run unit test in the browsers, watch files and rerun tests. So when we run the command ng test, so it continuously running in the background. So whenever you make any changes in your unit test or make any changes or add new unit test, so it compiles in background and shows that result or shows that unit test in your browser and the CMD, what are its failing or its success. Reports test result back to the command line. So this is the benefit of using the Karma. Like you can see the results on the both, like you can see in the browser as well as and in the CMD as well as. So next, what is the Jasmine? So what's the purpose of using the Jasmine? Like we are using the Karma. So Karma is nothing but the test runner. So combining the Jasmine and the Karma, with the help of these two, you can write the unit test for the Angular application and run that unit test. That using the combination or the configuration of these two, you can write unit test case and run. So it is a behavior-driven development framework for testing your JavaScript code. It does not depend on any other JavaScript framework because we are the Jasmine Karma configuration already in Angular. So we did not require any other JavaScript framework to use for testing. So there is no dependency. So this is Jasmine framework you can use for the Python as well. So multiple platform support also provided by Jasmine. So other technologies also use Jasmine framework. It does not require a DOM. It has a clean, obvious syntax that you can easily write test case. So the Jasmine provided the functionality to use that symbol, like use that if you once read that syntax, you can easily grab the syntax, like how I can write it, going to write the test case. So it's easy and simple way to write the test case with the help of Jasmine. It describes your code via specs. So specs are nothing but like testing one functionality. Like calculator, right? Calculator. So when you add two values, you will get the result, right? So this is the small functionality when I pass two parameter and I'm getting the result back. So these are nothing but particular spec I'm going to show in our demo section. So next, what are the basic Jasmine concepts? So in this, we are going to learn the first thing is suits. What is suits? It's nothing but a group of, it describes your specs. Specs are nothing but the small unit of code to test the functionality. So it's nothing but the group, and it takes it defined with the help of describe keyword, and it takes the two parameter. One is the string and second is the function. In the string, you can give your title to that suit, and the function contains one or more specs. So what are the functionality we are going to test? So that functionality you can add in the describe and specs section. Next is specs. So what is specs? So specs is defined with the help of it function, it function, and it also takes the two parameters, string and function. Okay, so in the suits we saw like it also takes the two function, but here also it takes the function. Then what's the difference between these two? The difference is when you write any, when you describe any suits, then we can write inside that suit the specs. Okay, so the flow will be like that: describe, suits, specs, and the setup, and describe, setup, specs, and your tear down method. So this is the flow. Expectations, so they are the assertions that evaluate to true or false. So basic syntax, it reads like expect actual result dot to be expected. Here we are checking like if I want to check like the value I am entering, the name I am providing is equal to Jeetendra or not. Okay, so this is the basic simple example. So what I will do, I will expect in the actual, here in the actual I will pass my name Jeetendra dot to be, and here also I'm pass Jeetendra, because here I'm getting the actual result, and why am I'm expecting getting the result as a Jeetendra return back. So this is the simple way to use the expectation. So next is the matchers. So what are the matchers? Like the matches can be to be false or true. So these are nothing but the matches, the predefined helpers or the common assertions provided by the Jasmine. So here are simple examples: to be expected, to equal to. So it works as a matches with the help of expectations. Next is the exclusion. So if I'm I have written the 10 test cases and I'm writing 11, but 11 test cases are temporarily, I want to temporarily disable that test case. Okay, disable that suit or disable that particular spec. So using the help of x before the describe keyword or the it function, you can define like x describe or x spec. So it will temporarily exclude that suit or spec for the testing for the result. Next is focus. So what is focus? A focus suit or spec, if suits or specs are focused, only those that are focused will be executed. Means I'm telling the Jasmine, like I'm telling the test case to forcefully execute these two test cases or execute this suit or spec. So with the help of F before the suit or the spec, you can use this focus. Okay. So next is the setup and tear down. So what is nothing but the setup and tear down? Setup is nothing but the initialization, right? So like class, we have the constructor. In constructor, you initialize some values, and after that in the functions, you use that values, okay, for some calculation or some other functionality. So for that, in the Jasmine provide the setup, and in the tear down is used for the like deleting the references. Okay, so freeing of the memory space. So that's nothing but the setup and tear down. So for that, Jasmine provides the 4 methods. So first two are after each and before each. So after each and before each, the name specifies itself, like after each. After each means after every spec, or before each means before every spec, you can run this method. Okay, so whenever your spec is running, after that or before that, you can run the particular code, like you can initialize that particular code. So that purpose is nothing but the setup and tear down. So we can use these 2 methods. And next is the after all and before all. So it's used like after executing all the specs, I can, all the specs or the suit, I can call this method to free some memory or reinitialize to some default values. Okay, so these are the nothing but the setup and tear down. So structuring the test with AAA. So what's the AAA? So AAA is nothing but the pattern of for arranging and formatting the code in unit test method. So this AAA pattern you can follow in the any other technology also. So the A stands for arrange. Arrange means all necessary preconditions and inputs. So I have the addition function, and I'm going to tell you I need to call that function. So what are the arrangement you need to do to call that add function, right? So for that add functions, I have two parameters. So you need to arrange that two parameter. What are the, it's integer or it's string. I'm just giving the example. So it's integer or it's string. So these are nothing but the arrangements you need to do to call the add function. Okay, you need to call the add function. These are nothing but the arrangement. Arrange. Second A is nothing but the act. Act is nothing but the to make some functionality or to call the function, right? So I have made some arrangement to call the addition function, right? So I have the A value and the B value, both values I have. So that's nothing but arrange. So next, what I need to do? So I'm calling that add function, means I'm acting, right? So whenever I call that add function, then only I will get the result, right? So it's nothing but the act or any object or a method under test. And the third A is nothing but the assert, that the expected results have occurred. So in the act, what I am calling the add function with the two parameters A and B, and in the third variable in the result I'm getting the value, right? Return the calculation of the two values I'm getting in the result. So that result I'm going to assert. I'm going to check the value, the result is proper or not. That is nothing but the assertion in the third A, the assert thing. So this is the simple structuring the test with the AAA. So this is the simple formula we are following, and if anyone wants to do some testing, so they also follow this pattern. It's easy to follow. So this is the simple Jasmine unit test example. So here you can see it has I have described the suit. Here I have given the title, Geekle Angular Global Summit 2021. And here I have written one spec, should get addition. Okay. Here you can see how I can write my specs with the help of it function. It takes first as a string and second as a function. So here is the AAA formula for the unit testing arrangement. So I have arranged two variables A and B, 10 and 5, and in the act I'm calling the addition function. So what are the result I'm getting, and that result I'm asserting in the with the help of expect and matchers 2 equal to 15. Okay, so this is the simple example of Jasmine unit test. So we are going to writing this test. So but before that we have few more concepts to cover. So we will cover that concept, and after that we will have the demo. So what is the test bed? So the test bed is the most powerful utility provided by Angular. So we know like the Angular have some dependency, like we are injecting some, we are using any pipes or services in our components. So how we are going to test that as well, like how to resolve that dependency. So using the test bed, you can easily resolve that dependency. Okay, so it configures and initialize the environment for unit testing. So what are the environment we require to test the component, service, pipes or directives? So that environment is creating with the help of test bed. So it configures a temporarily ng module for testing. It provides methods for creating the components and services in unit test. It is the primary API for writing unit test for Angular application and libraries. So how we are going to configure that test bed in our unit test? So this is the simple way you can configure. So this is the keyword testbed.configure testing model, and here you can see the providers, declaration, imports, schemas, AOT summaries. So these are the configuration. Like if we had to use the component services, we need to provide here in the providers declaration and the import section. Okay, so this is the configuration how we can do in the unit testing with the help of testbed. So next is, like in the previous section we have seen the how to configure it, right? So now next is how to create the component with the help of testbed. So it create the component in component fixture. Okay, so what is the component fixture? So we have written, right, we have written some code in our component, like click functionality is there, some properties we have defined. So how we are going to test that properties or call that functions in the unit test? So with the help of component fixture, we can access the component, its DOM and the change detection lifecycle as well. Component fixture is used for debugging and testing a component. It contains following properties: component instance to access the properties and the methods; debug element, it provides insight into the component and its DOM element; native element, the native DOM element at the root of the component. So if you are to access the element of the root, so you can use the native element. Detect changes, so it triggers a change detection cycle for a component. Okay, so when stable, so it returns a promise that resolve the fixture is stable. So right, so if you are unit testing any particular API, so we know the API is asynchronous, so we need to subscribe and it takes time to get the results, right? So before getting that results, our test will be executed. Okay, test will be executed. So how we can resolve that? So with the help of when stable method, you can easily delay for testing the asynchronous call. You can, using this function, you can test the asynchronous call. So whenever the result get back, you can expect, and using the expect and matches, that result will be testable. So this is the example of creating the component in the unit test with the help of testbed. So here I have described the here I have described one suit, and before this is nothing but the setup and tear down method. So I have given the suit name component, any component. Here I have defined some variables, and in the setup method is nothing but the setup and tear before each. Okay, so before executing any spec, this code will be called. Okay, so here I have defined the testbed.configure testing module. In declaration I have defined any component. So this is my component, and with the help of testbed.create component and passing that component name, I will get the all the details of the create component, anything but the fixture. Okay, component fixture, and in that component fixture I can get the component instance, native element and debug element. So using the component instance, you can access the properties and methods, and in the element and debug element, you can get the element properties of elements. You can access your elements in from the DOM. So this is the creating the component. Next is the test bed. Next is nothing but the services. So previously we saw component. Next is service. So it gets the service from the root injector. It can be placed in before each section or the it blocks as below. So here you can see I have defined one variable, and here I am injecting the service in this section. You can see I'm injecting any service, and here I'm assigning to the local variable, the service instance. So this is the one way, and another way is to use the test bed. dot inject. Using this also you can get the instance of your service testbed dot inject. Okay, so these all about the basic Jasmine concept and what is the most powerful tool testbed in the Angular. So this all about it. So next we are going to write some unit test case. Okay, so let me share my screen again. Okay. Stop sharing.
Jeetendra, you need to share your screen, and I will add it to the stream.
Yeah, just a minute. So, okay, I will share whole screen. Okay, hope everyone can see my screen. The VS Code open.
No, I'm seeing the stream here, the stream.
Okay, here you go. Yeah, you can see now, right? VS Code.
Yeah, it works. Thanks.
Okay, font is fine, or I can increase. Okay, so I have already created one Angular application, and you can see the name here. So first thing we'll see the what are the configuration for the Jasmine and Karma. Okay, so for the configuration we can see first. So the in the Karma you can see these are the basic configuration provided with the Angular application. You can see what are the frameworks here used, base path frameworks, what are the plugins are used here, like Karma Jasmine HTTP reporter. We can see the result in the browser, and code coverage also there. And one more, this is the code coverage section. And what are the reporters use, progress and KJ HTML, and what is the code this is using. So here you can see what is the port, some color and the log level information. Auto watch true. If I set to false, so it will not compile every changes I'm making in the unit test. So it's by default true. So browsers we are using the Chrome, we are using single run and restarting file chain. So this is the basic configuration. So you can see in the karma.config.js, and in the next the Jasmine configuration. So in the for the Jasmine configuration, you can see the file test.ts. Okay, so in the test.ts, you can see the configuration, the declare the function, and here you can see the initialization or our testing environment and the test bed. So here you can see the configuration, and then we find all tests here. So this is the expression. Using this expression, it finds all the spec.ts file in your application, okay, and map that to unit testing. Okay, so currently I have only one component is there, the app.component.ts, the default one, okay, and the spec.ts. So when I will run the unit test, so for that the command is ng test, and just enter. So it will compile your application and show you the results. So here you can see the executed 3 of 3. So that 3 test cases of the this component app dot component spec.ts, and if you want to only execute the particular file, right? So in my application have the more like 500 or 200 files, so and I want to just write and run the unit test case for the particular test file. So you can configure that here in the test.ts file after the line 23, and just make these changes like this. So what are your file name will be here, so only that file will be executed. Okay, so I will add one new file here. .ts. Okay, here I'm writing. We are just seeing the simple example. Add function. I'm just returning. Okay, so this is the simple example. I'm writing unit test case for this simple one. So here I will write my suit first. Okay, so writing calculation, and it takes second as a function, second parameter as a function. Okay, so next I'm writing the spec. So spec I'm giving the name should be get addition. Okay, and it also takes the two parameters. First one is the string and second one is the function. So here will we follow the AAA for AAA. So arrange let a equal to 10. Act what I'm acting here, result equal to add a comma b. Okay, and in the assert section here need to expect round bracket or actual result dot, these are the matches available, built-in defined matches available in the Jasmine. You can use you can write your own customized matches as well here to be. Okay, and 50. So here you can see I have written simple unit test case for this add method, calculation and should be get addition. So I'll be running this. So the command is ng test, enter. So it will compile, and as we define here, only run the test.spec.file. So in the terminal also you can see only one test case result. So here you can see executed 1 of 1 success. Okay, and this result also shown in the browser. Here you can see. So this is a simple test case.
We don't see the browser with
Okay,
the browser isn't stream.
I think I need to share full screen.
I will let you 1 more minute if you can speed up so we can move to the Q&A panel, Jeetendra.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's it from my side. Just a minute, I will share the last screen. So this all about how to write the unit test case. So we have seen how to write the simple unit test against the add function. Okay. So these are some resources I have used to prepare this. So the Angular website, YouTube videos, the Tech Talk with Santosh, the testing in Angular, the website course I have followed, and the Angular testing guidelines by Gerard Sons. So these are the cool resources. You can use this one. And thank you so much for attending the session. Hope you will get the idea how to write the basic unit test with the help of Jasmine and the configuration we have seen. So hope you write your first unit test case. Yeah. So you can follow me on Twitter. So here you can see my Twitter handle, and you can connect me on LinkedIn, and you can read my blogs at C#.com. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Jeetendra, for these insights about how to start with unit testing.
Yeah, I think I little bit delay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had 4 talks planned today as an introduction, but the last talk about .NET Core was cancelled. So we will have an extended Q&A panel this morning, this afternoon, or this evening, depending where you're right now.
Okay.
Before we get started, I will remove you 1 minute from stage, Jeetendra.
Yeah.
Before we get started with the Q&A panel, I have a message for you. Thank you for commenting on YouTube and Pine what you like the talk. We really value that because all our speakers and team worked so much to make this event happen. We are having a giveaway for our events among those who will post on Twitter and tag our official account of Geekle and write that you liked the most event, topic, or speaker. There will be 5 winners and they will get 3 tickets for the event. I will share you the Twitter account right now on Geekle platform and on Twitter. Now it's time for our Q&A panel. And I'll welcome back Maxime, Mashhood, and Jeetendra. Feel free, everyone, to ask questions. It's a great opportunity for everyone to connect with speakers coming from Pakistan, India, and Norway, if I'm right. So please ask questions. There is not that much questions. If you can share your slides, I saw some questions about that. So if you can share your slides, maybe on Twitter, on your Twitter account. I saw another question for you, Jeetendra. I don't know if your code is available on GitHub. I saw someone wondering if the test cases were accessible.
Yeah. After this session, I will share the slides and the demo example in the GitHub. Yeah. Yeah.
I will check. To answer to Freddy, yeah, the .NET Core and Angular talk has been cancelled. I don't know if it will be rescheduled yet. I will let the organizer help me on this answer. There is first questions about optimization. Would you prefetch or preload as a first step to optimize your application?
Cool. Yeah. So prefetch and preload are two very different things. I just bundled them in the same slide because we're essentially talking about preparing your network requests before you load the content. DNS prefetching is basically all about making sure that you have created the connection to the server before you start fetching its resources. So a great example I showed in my slides was for the fonts, right? So you could have the prefetch configured for the font so that it can load a little bit faster, and it should be downloaded and ready before the render happens, so that it doesn't have to re-render when the font downloads. Preloading is essentially happens after your initial application has loaded, and normally this is used with Angular lazy loading strategies, but it doesn't have to. You could have a slightly different application where you preload content after your original content has downloaded. And basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to prepare for content that's going to come next. And this could be all of the content that's going to come next, or it could be just a particular page or some portion of the content that you think the user will access next. So essentially, it's very different, two different strategies when it comes to implementing either DNS prefetching or preloading.
Okay, great, thank you. I have another question for you about the bundled folder. Someone asking why there is so many files. Every view component is built into one bundle. Why is it like that, and how will this help in fast loading? I think it's about lazy loading and how it works with Angular.
Yeah, so effectively, one of the cool things about any framework is that it will take all of your files, it will convert them into, it will compile them literally into this metacode, where it then decides on what should be part of which bundle. So it's essentially creating all of these different, I'm not sure if it's actually a tree or not, but essentially internally the compiler creates this model internally where it tries to optimize for what's the best way to split the code into different sections, so that when it comes to downloading the code the first time, and it doesn't matter which page you're on, you're only fetching the files that are needed the most. So one common file that you'll see is that you'll find this slightly larger bundle that's going to club in all of the libraries that are being used across the application. So that bundle will always download and be cached the first time so that it can be reused across all of the different pages. But instead of shipping all of the page content, it essentially breaks it down into small pieces. So only the chunks needed, those are the ones that get downloaded. And the rest of it is on demand. So when it's needed, it gets downloaded. Otherwise, it doesn't. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. Lazy loading is easy to implement with Angular. We have with the Angular CLI, we have a schematic which enable us to quickly create lazy loading content. Lazy loaded content.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Maxime. What do you mean by strongly typed forms as a future feature for Angular?
Oh, it's a good one, and it's very let's say question open for the discussion. So there is no secret that we actively, if not mandatory, use TypeScript to build our Angular application. So this is nature of the framework. And of course, it provides all the great things around types. It's TypeScript after all. And if we talk about the forms, well, it's still like in 2021, still somehow challenging to build proper form validation based on the data model we have without too much hassle from us developers, like with proper developer experience. So on one hand, we have TypeScript, we have all our pieces of data well described as interfaces, right? On the other hand, there is Angular reactive forms where we have to do pretty much manual job to connect these two. So the strictly typed forms or strongly typed forms is something that really in the air for a while, and there are multiple libraries which somehow implement this logic, somehow introduce this connection. But I think it's that important for any web front-end framework that it has to be integrated part of the framework itself. And yeah, hopefully we'll have this landed in some version. Again, I'm not a member of Angular team, so I don't have any idea about versions, dates, whatever, but it's an official roadmap, and I hear discussion here and there about implementing this. The problem with this, it might require some major refactoring of not only internals of the framework, but actually projects people build on this. And if they, let's say, want to upgrade to the next version, there is some work to be done automatically or manually, and like it's important to find the balance to get to that point. But yeah, I believe it's a future anyway.
Yeah, thank you. It's so the community really wants that to be integrated to a great addition to static testing for our applications. I have one question for you, Jeetendra, from YouTube. Which tests are more valuable in Angular, testing the UI components or the TypeScript components? I don't know if you hear me. I feel like you're stuck. I think there is maybe a network.
It seems like the video is frozen.
Yeah, I feel like it's frozen. Yeah, I will move to another question. For Mashhood, can you talk about track-by for performance? Maxime can answer too.
Yeah. So that's a different kind of performance that we're talking about, and I'm assuming we're talking here about the track-by in the code that when we're writing for loop performances, if I remember correctly. So that is essentially how your code is running, versus the thing that I was mostly focusing on was more around the core web vitals, which is around the performance that is around downloading of your content, downloading of your bundle, and your bundle size. But yeah, so I mean that's basically the main difference between the two. So when you're talking about track-by, you're essentially focusing on how efficiently can the Angular application render the content, and if it's not optimized, then yes, it will run into other issues as well, which is slightly different to what I was talking about there.
Great, thank you. I have one question for you, Maxime. With Angular 12, there is a change with end-to-end testing integration with Angular, as the Angular team decided to deprecate Protector. I think the end of the maintenance on it will be at the end of the next year, if I'm right. And what are your thoughts about end-to-end testing with Angular? Do you think the Angular team will make a decision, will pick a framework like Cypress as an official solution?
Yeah, you are right. There is RFC request for comments regarding Protractor and even the more general future of end-to-end testing on Angular. And it seems like, yes, the Protractor is losing its status of officially recommended testing engine for Angular when it comes to this one. And from what I've seen in this discussion and some other sessions, there is no preference to the particular library for testing. Angular team is working on making CLI friendly for the major options. So you have a choice. If it's Cypress or something else, you still have a chance to nicely integrate it with Angular. At least this is public information what I can share. I completely lost the topic about end-to-end tests in my session about what's new in version 12, and I think I spent enough time on reading this RFC about Protractor. It's a long discussion. I think you can easily find this. It's linked to the blog post announcement from about version 12, so you can definitely get more details.
I shared the pinned issue on Protector GitHub,
awesome.
Talking about the future Protector. If you want to add easily Cypress or Jest into your project, there is, thanks to Brybug, schematics to add them. ng add Brybug Cypress, if I remember. So it will add Cypress easily to your project with TypeScript support. Another questions, let me check that. Why is this combined lattice deprecated? Any of you can answer. I have the answer, but correct me if I'm wrong. There was a change into AricJS API, and you needed to pass an array. I know you need to pass each item independently, if I'm right. I know a lot of people are confused with some change with combined lattice.
I can elaborate a bit on that. I don't know exact answer on why is combined lattice deprecated. It happens from time to time in this or that library. That means that developers found better way to perform some task. It's not directly related to Angular, right? It's after all, it's AricJS, and despite it's a very important part of Angular, it's still an external library. I can add some information about why Angular 12 doesn't include the latest version of AricJS, which is 7. And the answer is simple. It's not tested well enough. I mean, the integration of Angular and AricJS 7. So we can expect this major version upgrade of AricJS in Angular maybe in 12.1 or so. So it definitely it should happen. I don't like to reason about dates. So it most likely will happen in version 12, at least what I've heard from some sessions.
Okay. Oh, sorry. For Mashhood, how do you know if you need preloading?
All right. So effectively, like I mentioned, preloading is all about trying to load in your content, your bundles, before the user wants to access them. So now Angular comes built in with preloading, and if you kind of configure it, by default, it's configured preload all modules. So as soon as your Angular application loads, it will start fetching the other chunks that are required of your Angular app, so that the next transition is smoother. You will know when you need preloading is when your transitions from one view to the next are not smooth. So if the user has to wait a lot because a lot of content is being downloaded and fetched, that is an opportunity where you can not only preload bundle, but you can preload content as well. So let's say you need to fetch in some list of users or list of cities or whatever. You can essentially preload all of that content so that when the user clicks on an action item, we already have that data and we can quickly load to the new page and render all of the data, or with minimal delay, essentially, and give that good user experience to the user.
I think you will be both able to answer to this question about cache, as I know that Maxime is a PWA advocate too. How to manage cache when a new build is uploaded on the server, so to remove the old version of this on the server.
Yeah, so caching is, I mean, if you use the defaults, you're fine, but sometimes when you start tweaking with things, it can get messy. And also depends on how you're caching. So if you're using something like the service worker, the strategies are obviously slightly different to if you're just using a cache header. So assuming right now we're talking about cache headers, which is straightforward, it all depends on two things. One is the revalidation and your cache expiry. So when you set the headers, you tell the browser that, hey, look, this is a file, and this file, in my estimation, is going to be fine for the next 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 5 hours, 2 days, 1 year, whatever. And you also then tell it that you need to double check this, or you need to revalidate this file after X amount of times. So if you close off both angles, if you say you don't have to revalidate this file and you can cache this for as long as possible, then it becomes very hard to remove the old version from the client side unless the client themselves remove the cache. And essentially it's about playing with the headers, right? So normally what you want to do is you want to keep a low enough validation so that the browser checks if there is a new version and only downloads the file if there's one. So I've done like a very, very basic view. Of course, if you go into details for cache, you could spend like a whole talk on this, but that's like a very quick summary. I'm sure Maxim can probably add to this as well.
Yeah, if we talk about cache storage, something that we mainly manage via service workers, I have super simple answer. Folks, rely on tooling. Of course, implementing your own caching mechanism strategy is a fun job, and definitely you'll become better programmer because you have to learn about so many concepts, like all the different modes of HTTP protocol, all these kinds of queuing and work with cache API after all. It will take time, and it's a special pleasure to debug everything, and a special pleasure to get some calls in the night from your customers after deploying to production something not 100% tested. Luckily, as I mentioned, we have awesome tools. And if, again, we talk about application shell and about runtime caching, we have great options like Angular Service Worker. This is definitely simpler to start, but maybe not super flexible, not so super extensible. And we have Workbox, which is framework agnostic, works with Angular very, very good. And both these tools include all the ways to manage cache in a very optimal and battle-tested and stable way under the hood. So you don't need to dive into these technical details. And both of these tools, they organize this caching, both of application shell and runtime caching, in a declarative mode. So you do not order, like take this file, put into cache, get from cache, serve, something like this. You describe the behavior. Like, I want this to be cached with this strategy. I want this to be cached with that strategy. So it's a pure pleasure from developer experience perspective to work with this. I encourage you to try both. Try Angular Service Worker. It's just one-liner schematics, ng add Angular/PWA. And Workbox. It's a bit more steps to set this up, but after all, you have like fully fledged service worker solution for your application.
Thanks. It's a more basic question, but it's a junior track day, so it can be interesting for a lot of people. What is the best approach for parent-child relationship when you need to emit something to the parent? Would you recommend using event emitter or using services?
Maxim, you want to take this one first?
Yeah, I can start. I think there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Just check what works better for your project. Check what works faster for your project. Now we have Angular DevTools where you can profile this up to the single millisecond you spend on this. So in a big picture, I see services way as something that you want to implement when you have, say, strong intentions to share particular events with multiple pieces of your application. Then they subscribe to the service. If it's more or less one-to-one relationship, maybe that's a good idea to organize this event emitter thingy.
Yeah, I exactly what Maxim said. I think it would really depend on the kind of application they're trying to build, and also simply the level of complexity your application has. Both are valid approaches when it comes to implementing the strategy, essentially. And it will also depend on how you've architected all of your previous services and other information as well. And that kind of leads into how you structure this essentially for that particular feature.
Thank you for these answers. For Maxim, Angular releases a new version very frequently as Android does. Is it a good thing, of course?
The question for very, very open discussion. Actually, I don't care so much about the cadence of these releases, are they half a year or 3 months. I care about predictability and making developers prepare for the next release. And I think lesson learned after transition from Angular JS to Angular, And now Angular is following very classic approach, this same ver option when like there's major release, minor release, bug fix. And what's very important is every moment in time, developers understand what will be deprecated and even approximately when. If we approximate that major releases every 6 months, then when we see, okay, this feature is becoming deprecated, maybe I have to prepare. So there are no more surprises about unexpected breaking changes in the next version, or maybe like, except of course pure bugs, and which will be fixed as soon as possible. This is why I really love in this release cycle, but the cadence itself, I don't really think that we soon be mention version of Angular too often. Really, maybe this will be closer to what we have with the browser. So who can name what is the version of Chrome are you running now? I can't. It might be updated yesterday, or like it will be updated tonight. And same with the frameworks. If that works, that works. If something will stop working, you will know far in advance.
Great. For you, Mashhood, are there any suggestions related to optimization in terms of loading images?
That could be a whole talk on its own as well. But I think so. The one that I touched on in my talk was obviously asynchronously loading stuff, and that kind of helps a lot in terms of focusing on what's in the view. So that's one part of the story. The second part is optimizing it from a size perspective. And over there, you have quite a few things to look into. One of them obviously being what's the format of the image. So going for a size optimized format like WebP or something, rather than PNG, which may not be that nice, or even like trying to go for an SVG, which will scale up much nicer if you're on a higher resolution device. Then there's this whole category of stuff around source sets and optimizing for the resolution of your device. And again, right, like you having multiple images and different resolution of images, and you're only loading the ones that are required. If it's a low resolution device, small mobile phone, then it's a small image. If it's a high resolution desktop Retina screen, then it goes for the high resolution image as well. So yeah, there's loads you can do, and I'm pretty sure there is a whole article on this on web.dev as well.
Yeah, and I can add on that, if we add service worker to the game, it's a completely whole new level of flexibility on that optimizations. For example, we can check how fast is the user connections. We have this network information API, and we can check if user is on cellular or on Wi-Fi and load this or that image. And if we talk about maybe some edge cases when something is really huge, we can even check if there is enough space on the user's device if you want to put it into the cache storage. Again, service worker is a whole new programmable layer, intermediate layer, sort of man in the middle.
Thanks. I have a question. We will have a quick answer on this one. There is nothing specific. Someone asking if there were any popular use case with Angular application with Django framework. I will let you answer to this. I think there is no special use case, Django being one of the available framework to make web applications, and you can choose whichever web framework you want to work with Angular.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. So I use Django a lot personally on the backend side, and essentially it's a framework and depends on how you use it as well. So nowadays we use Django more as a API framework with the REST library rather than the conventional way of server-side rendering that it does. So essentially it is your backend framework of choice. So like Node.js is there. You can essentially use that with Angular. There's no such restriction on that personally. And if you're using it with the API, then it doesn't even matter because essentially your front end is separate from your backend and APIs. So, and normally, ideally, you want your front end to be served via CDN and your backend services hosted on server and the API living on that side.
Just another comment from the attendee saying that the question is about integration of Redis, Angular, and Django framework. I think there is no quick answer to that. You will need to go through documentation or tutorials. We can showcase right now integration of Redis and Django.
I have an idea how to answer on that. Of course, it's impossible for us three to know about all possible combos of these great tools. But let's use power of the community. Right now, hundreds, if not thousands, people are watching us. So, folks, definitely someone from you is using this sweet combo, Django, Redis, Angular. Please share what you know about that. Maybe you have some nice GitHub repo to share. Maybe you have some working solution. Maybe you have some semi-working solution. Send it in your comment. Please help Abhishek and help us to educate ourselves. So next time we'll be prepared to answer that question.
Great idea, Maxime. Thank you. About your talk, Maxime, you were talking about inline CSS. What does that mean exactly?
So Angular is supporting Sass for a while. I don't even remember from which version. So this integration is very natural and working fine, fast and stable. But it worked only for the separate files when you have your styles externalized as a separate Sass file, right? Now you can achieve the same behavior if you have your style inlined in your general component file. If it goes in the form of style decorator. And the only technical detail, you have to specify this in Angular JSON configuration. Like there is some flag, you have to set it to true, just not to spend compiler resources for nothing if you don't have these inline styles. I think this will work very good and it improves developer experience, especially for the cases when the set of style rules is not that large to have it as an external file and go for this extra hassle with managing this huge number of files. If you inject it in the component file directly, but still you want to use the power of Sass, all the power of that syntax. So I think this is quite a game changer in how we utilize power of these compiled styles. That's my answer.
Thank you. I will have one last questions. We won't have time for all of your questions. Thank you for asking them. Don't hesitate to ask questions to Maxime or Mashhood on Twitter, for example. I think they will be happy to help you. One last question about Angular. Would you have any suggestion how to fetch data only when the backend updated new data in real time?
Interesting. I'll take a shot on this first. Really it depends on, so you have a few architectures that come to my mind at least, and the most common one here would be something like WebSockets, or GraphQL, which is similar. So that essentially establishes a connection between the client and server side, and it will only fetch the data from the server, or the server will push the data to the client when it's available. If you're looking at an easier implementation on a junior level, Firebase does a pretty good job on this. So you just have to import a library, and the data just syncs for you. So you don't have to really think about when it's updated and if you need to pull it again from the server.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, I had to focus on general and question related to Maxime and Mashhood talks as Jeetendra didn't join us back. So if you have questions for him, he shared his Twitter handle, so don't hesitate to ask questions about testing. Thank you again, Maxime and Mashhood, for joining us today. Really great talks, really great discussion right here with us about Angular, about the future of Angular, about what's going on, about contributions. Don't hesitate to contribute. Help with Redis, Angular, Django example. It's precious for many people. So don't hesitate to open source your project, your side project, all the projects you might be testing for you might be precious for someone else. So thanks again, Maxime and Mashhood.
Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation. Good luck with the rest of the conference, and dear attendees, enjoy the sessions.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, sorry. I have an announcement for you today. We will have, sorry, I need to display the right one. So Geekle community is all about different framework, all about different topics. And in June, we will have another global summit about Vue.js. So we are so excited to announce you that we will have a flash sale right now. For the next 2 hours, you will have an opportunity to buy a senior track ticket for the Vue.js Summit for only $129. So for a 50% discount. For this event, we've gathered the top leading Vue.js experts from Amazon, Microsoft, Philips, and many other innovative businesses to share their insights, working recipes, and best practices on how to create complex and highly performative systems. To claim one of the 20 tickets at a discounted price, enter the special promo code AngularFlash during registration or scan the QR code on the banner right now. Here. Thank you so much. We will have a 5-minute break, so we will see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back, everyone, for this Junior Track Day. We use daily the Angular CLI to generate code, to build code with commands like nggenerate, like commands. We have ngtest, ngserve, and so much. But under the hood, you can also create your own schematics to generate code, to build code. And today with us, we have Stanimira, which will explain us how to create your own schematic. Welcome, Stanimira.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Good afternoon.
Hi. I'll try to share my screen.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
You should be able to see my presentation now.
Yeah, I'm sharing it. Yeah, it works. Keep watching if you want to know more about schematics and how to go further by building your own. Thank you, Stanimira.
Thank you. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for the great introduction, Jerome. And my topic today is how we can use Angular schematics to generate code. My name is Stanimira Vlaeva. I am an Angular Google developer expert and software engineer at VMware. The best way to find me online is in Twitter with my full name. So first of all, what is schematics? A schematic is a template-based code generator. It's basically a set of declarative instructions for how to transform a software project by generating or modifying the source code inside it. And now let's take a different look at schematics by considering the problems that are being solved by schematics and by the Angular CLI, which uses schematics internally. First, you can scaffold common building blocks using schematics. If we take away the Angular CLI and imagine a world where we had to create our own components by hand, it would look something like the following. First, we have to create 4 different files for a single component. We have to create a class component that looks very, very similar for every single component that we are building. Then we have to also register this component inside the app module, and so on and so on. The same goes for creating modules or services or pipes or everything in Angular. We have a lot of repetitive code, which is necessary for the framework to pick up these building blocks and use them. But they're it's a kind of a mundane task to create them by hand. That's why the Angular CLI provides us with the nggenerate command, which allows us to scaffold common building blocks, such as components, modules, services, and so on, by only typing a single command. And internally, nggenerate uses schematics to achieve that. Another benefit coming from schematics is automatically configuring libraries and different features. I work on the quality team at VMware, and we're building a design system. You can think of the design system as a set of UI components with a well-defined way to style and guidelines how to use them inside your projects. So to set up quality inside an Angular application, you have to go through a set of very basic steps that are very, very similar and pretty much the same for every single project. First, you have to install a bunch of NPM packages. Then you have to configure your Angular JSON file by adding a few CSS files and JavaScript scripts inside it. Then you also have to import the necessary ng modules to your root module. And instead of doing all that by hand, you can use the ng-add command. ng-add is a command that is shipped by default by the Angular CLI, and it works for libraries that have configured ng-add schematics. So you have to provide these setup scripts in the form of schematics inside your library. So ng-add knows here that we can use ng-add CLR Angular. CLR stands for quality, because inside this package, we have shipped some setup scripts. And this set of scripts does exactly what execute the steps that they mentioned in the previous slides. They update the package JSON, install a few packages, then set up the package in the configured way. There are a bunch of other libraries out there that do that in the Angular ecosystem. For example, NGRX or Angular Material, and many, many others. Another example is how you can make your application a progressive web app. If you had to do that manually, you have to go through a few steps. First, you need to add a bunch of icons, which are pretty much the same icon, but in different sizes. But that's required by to make your application a progressive web app. Then you have to add the web manifest file with description about these icons and a few other colors and so on. Then you have to add a service worker configuration, which is also pretty well defined and very, very similar for most of the projects out there. Then you have to install a few packages. You have to update your Angular JSON file. A lot of repetitive and straightforward steps, which are also mundane if you have to do them by hand. Luckily, there is ng-add Angular PWA. This is a setup schematic that is shipped together with the Angular PWA package and is written by the Angular team. And the benefit is that you can use it out of the box in all your Angular projects. Another problem that is solved by schematics is migrating breaking changes. You have all seen the ng update command. This is a command provided by the Angular CLI, which helps you update to the latest Angular versions. And it doesn't only update your packages, it also executes migration or replacement schematics to your project. So it migrates breaking changes. So to summarize, we have ng-generate, which scaffolds artifacts and updates configurations. We have ng-add, which helps you set up libraries without having you go through manual steps. And we also have ng-update, which migrates the provided library and gets you to the latest versions of these libraries by migrating breaking changes as well. And the three of these commands use schematics under the hood. And the whole benefit, the whole point of this talk is to tell you and to teach you how you can write your own schematics. The cool thing is that the Angular CLI is extendable, so you can use ng-add, generate, and update with your own setup scripts, your own schematic scripts. And you can write schematics and ship them inside collections. The collections are essentially NPM packages. The default collection for the Angular CLI is called schematics Angular. This hosts the source code for generating components, modules, services, updating Angular, and everything that you see when you use ng-generate. We also have many libraries out in the Angular ecosystem who have their own schematic collections. NGRX has its own schematics for generating whatever is specific to NGRX. And we also have the quality schematics that I've mentioned previously. So in schematics, you may have different scripts for setting up the library, for updating rating changes, or for generating new code. And why would you use schematics instead of running just random bash scripts or node scripts through the Angular CLI? Well, there are a few benefits that come from using this tool. And the first benefit is that we have atomic updates. Let's see what this means with a simple example. If we were to use a simple node script to modify our project here, we may have the following. First, we modify the package.json file, for example, by adding a new dependency into the JSON object there. And then we write the file on the system by using some Node API, for example, write sync, and we have the file modified and it's updated. That's it. Then we decide that we want to create an app module TS file. And here we're going to get an error thrown by the file system because this file already exists. And the current state after executing this script is the following. The package.json file is modified. And this isn't cool because it means that our script wasn't transactional. So the whole update wasn't atomic. It wasn't one thing that either goes successfully or fails. So we may break the project that way because our script modified some of the files but failed to modify others. And unless we have some rollback mechanism, this might break our project. With schematics, every single action is executed on a virtual file system first. So we have the following. We have modify package.json, then we have the action create app module TS. These two actions are executing on a virtual instance of the file system, which will tell us that the second action will fail, and we're gonna get an error. But we actually the schematics engine won't apply these two actions to the actual file system. So we end up with the same state of the project that was before we started this schematic execution. And this is why schematic provides us with atomic updates or transactions, which in this case is the same. Another benefit coming from schematics is that they're composable. You can reuse any of the already existing scripts shipped by Angular or NGRX by simply adding these collections as a dependency to your schematic collection and reusing the scripts that were defined there. They're also unit testable. And finally, you write them with TypeScript. So it's not some weird JSON configuration. You have a lot of power when writing schematics because you're actually writing them with an actual code. And we're going to see some code right now, so don't worry about it. All right, how do we get started? First, we can use schematics with the Angular CLI, which is the recommended way. But in order to make it easier to develop our collections, we are actually going to use the schematic CLI. You can install that with the first command shown on the slide. And then this adds the schematics executable to your global path. And you can use schematics blank to generate a new collection. Further, we're going to use the schematic CLI to execute our schematics in a simple environment and also to generate new scripts inside our collection. All right, after we generate this blank new collection, we get the following structure. We have only a handful of files over here. Half of them are package scripts that you're well familiar with if you ever touched the JavaScript project. And the other half are the actual collection code. Let's take a look at the collection JSON file. Collection JSON is the schema that describes all the scripts that are living inside our library collection. And in this simple newly generated collection, we have just a single schematic or script. I'm going to use these two interchangeably. So we have a single script called my collection, which has a description of a blank schematic and points us to a factory. And let's take a look at this factory file over here. In this factory index.ts, we have a single exported function which returns another arrow function, which returns a tree. All right, it's time for some more theory so we can understand what is going on inside this schematics file. The most basic concept in schematics is the tree. And the tree consists of a base, the actual file system that we are executing the script inside, and actions. And these actions are what we are going to apply to the file system to modify it. A rule is a function that takes a tree and returns another tree. And a rule factory is a function that returns a rule. So basically, it's a higher order function which returns another function. That's why it's called factory. So here what we have the rule, which is the inner function, which takes a tree and returns the same tree. And we also have the rule factory, which takes some options and returns our rule. All right, let's add the new schematic script. We can do that by using the schematic CLI and providing a name for our script. Then we can also start executing the scripts. And the easiest way to start developing in this collection is by installing the required dependencies and running the TypeScript compiler in watch mode. This is my development workflow when developing schematic collections, and it's why I generally recommend it. When we have our project built and the TypeScript compiler watching for changes, we can execute the script that we just created by using schematics, then providing the schematic collection. And in this case, this is the current folders. That's why we have a dot over here. Then we have colon and the actual name of the script. And we get the message nothing to be done because we don't have any actions inside our script yet. All right, how do we log messages and provide options? Well, as you can see, we have context that we can provide to our rule over here. And the context has a logger, and we can log information, errors, and different messages through that logger. And the options are actually an argument to the rule factory. So here we can provide a name through the command line and then print it. We can provide it with -- name and then the actual value of the name, and we're gonna get the following result. Simple as that. How do we create files? Most of these actions are actually created through the tree object. So for creating files, we have tree.create. We provide a path to the new file, and we also provide the content. And the result of that would be creating a new file that has the content that we provided it with. Also, when using the schematic CLI, we have to provide debug false if we want to apply any actual changes to the file system. What else? We might not have the directory docs here, but the schematics engine will create that for us. So it creates any non-existing folders and files. Renaming and moving, we can achieve that with a single method that is tree.rename. For example, we can execute rename for the file that we just created and provide it with a new name or even a different path. That's why we can also move files with tree.rename. When we execute that with debug false, we get the new file. All right, we covered the more basic stuff about schematics, and now we're gonna focus on the actually useful things that that you will most definitely do if you go into writing your own schematic collections. The first one is composition. I told you that we can reuse different schematics from already existing collections. We can import the schematic rule factory from Angular DevKit schematics, and then we can use that to execute scripts that we have already defined inside our collection. For example, here we are invoking the say hi schematic script that we created in the previous slides. And to actually compose that with something else, we can use chain, which is another helper rule factory that is provided by Angular. And in chain, we can specify an array of different rules. So we have this external schematic, and we also have another rule that is over here. And these are going to be executed one after the other. When we execute this script, we get first the text printed, and then we get a new file that is being created. So for composing scripts, we use chain, schematic, and we can specify any of the any other schematics inside this chain. Also, to actually access external collections that are dependencies to our collection, we can use external schematic. It's imported in the exact same way from Angular DevKit schematics, and the only additional argument is the name of the collection, and this collection should be a dependency of our package. So it's literally the same. All right, we can also use templates, and templates are used heavily by the Angular CLI when creating new components. As you know, we have a lot of similar files in our components, and the only difference there is usually the name of the component. That's why it's useful to have a template that lives on the file system. And in that template, we can just replace the tiny bits that are different. Let's see how this works. First, the template that we're going to create is going to live inside templating schematic, files, and file name. And this file name, because it's surrounded by underscores, is going to be replaced by the argument file name that we're going to provide when using the template. And inside, we have a very simple templating engine or language, and we can have interpolation. So, for example, we can replace breathe here. We can also have statements, and we can execute different logic and generate different files from this template based on the provided arguments. Now, using the template looks a little bit complicated, but let's take it step by step. The first time when I saw this code inside Angular CLI, when I was trying to use schematics, my reaction was something like the following. But don't worry, we can break it down. You remember that we have a rule, which is a function that takes an existing tree and creates a new tree. We also have source, which can create the tree out of something else. For example, from a template that lives on the file system. And a source factory is a function that is gonna take this URL, for example, the file path that is containing the template, and is gonna return another function, which is the source, which we can use to actually create a new tree. So source factory is a function that returns a source. And URL is an example of a source factory that is a utility function provided by the Angular DevKit. And here we are providing files as the path to our template. And when we invoke the source, we are gonna get a tree that is empty but has certain actions for creating this file name. So out of this source, we can actually do the following. So we have the source here. We also have a template that gives us the sets of the template. And we can use apply, which is another helper function, and apply our template rules to our source. So in the template rule, we are specifying the variables that we want to replace. And in the source contains the actual template files. And by using apply, we are getting the actual cooked files. All right. Finally, we can use these cooked files and merge them with the existing tree. This is done by the merge with function. It's kind of simple. My advice, if you are going into using templates, is just copy this function and reuse it everywhere in your source code, and don't think about it twice, because there are a lot of moving parts here. All right, when we use templating schematic with debug false, we have a new file that is created, and inside we have the actual arguments that are replaced. And the final bit is how we can modify files. This can be either very complicated or very simple. We're gonna go with the very simple way. Of course, we're using TypeScript here. We have access to pretty much everything provided by the file system. So the Node file system module more specifically, so we can do everything. But it's kind of recommended to use the three functions, because this is going to give us the mentioned atomic and transactional updates. If we use tree read and tree overwrite and everything through these three objects, this is going to go through the schematics engine, which is going to apply these changes first on the virtual file system, and this is going to give us the atomic updates that we talked about. So the recommended and easiest way to overwrite a file with schematics is by first finding it inside the existing tree by using tree.read. If the file doesn't exist, we can return and show some warning message. And if we want to replace its content, we can use tree.overwrite. So that's the simplest way. And from here, you can go crazy. You can do any kind of modifications on your files that you want. There are also a lot of helper functions for registering new Eng modules inside your root module that are provided directly from the Angular CLI. So the cool thing is that this is not something that you have to write from scratch. Also, if you're configuring an ng-add schematic and you want to add your library to the package.json as a dependency, this is also something that is provided out of the box by the Angular CLI. So before doing that manually, check out the documentation. It's very well described, and it's just a matter of a few configurations there. You don't have to write any actual code to do it. All right, the summary that I want to give you is that the Angular CLI uses this tool, this library called schematics, for scaffolding, updating, breaking changes, and setting up libraries. And you have all seen that in action if you have used the Angular CLI. But the cool thing is that you can actually extend the CLI by writing your own schematics collection and doing anything that you need there. These are a few links for all the demos that we saw, and also a couple of libraries that can help you in your way if you have to or decide to play around with schematics and create your own collections. And all these links can be found inside the presentation, and this is the link to the presentation itself. Cool. That was everything I wanted to share, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I really like using Angular schematics and creating them or using them. There is a lot of schematics in the Angular libraries to help us to be more productive. For example, in Spectator testing library, when you create a new component, you can have the new API added in there. And JRX too, you can even create schematics with nx.dev where you don't need to compile them, so you can use them on the fly. It's really great. Thank you, Stanimira, for this talk. I hope it will give people a good opportunity to test custom schematics.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Next speaker is Mohammad. Hello, Mohammad. So you're from Pakistan, so I would say good morning, good evening, maybe.
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. here in the evening. So yeah, I just had a cup of tea before my session.
In the previous Q&A panel, we talked about Angular 12, which doesn't have a default end-to-end testing solution being added when you create a new project. And there is a lot of solutions for end-to-end testing, and Cypress is a really popular one. And Mohammad will explain us how to get started with Cypress, how to create tests. It's another subject that I really love. Cypress is so easy to use and so easy to have feedback on failed tests, on passing tests too. And so enjoy this talk with Mohammad about Cypress.
All right, Jim.
Yeah, I will let you share your screen.
I'm sharing my screen. Share screen. Please do let me know if my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's working.
It's working?
Yeah, it's working. Thank you.
All right, here. So hello, everyone. So today my session is going to be writing better end-to-end test with Cypress in our Angular app. Today we will have explore some cases in Cypress. I have created a sample Angular app with a dummy REST API. So we will have a look at how we can write tests on this. So let me introduce myself. My name is Mohammad Quanit, and I'm a software engineer at 10 working as a software engineer at 10 which is a service-based company located here in Pakistan, Colombia, and America. Apart from it, I do write technical content on dev.to and educative, which I found love to be quite often. So let's start with it. Okay, so why should we write test cases? As we know that as a developer, you write test cases manually. You have to write test cases so that it does not break anything, or it actually reduces the chance of bugs in your production app. So, for instance, if I write test case before developing any new feature, so most probably the chance of breaking anything will be reduced, right? Yep, it will save you hours of debugging and maintenance. In terms as most of the time, it's a debate that testing costs you lots of time, right? But if you write test cases before developing any feature, then it surely make your chances of debugging less and easier for maintenance for your component. or any other service. You get more productive as a developer, as a tester, and you are starting to think like before writing any component or any service, I should remind all the test cases where where my component or where my service could face on. So let me give you a story of myself. The company where I'm working on is when I joined a couple of years ago. So I was assigned an automation testing project, right? So what happened is that before that I have never written a single test case in my life. So I have struggled a lot in terms of thinking like a tester. So I don't know what are the use cases should be, or what use cases should I cover in my test, right? So think like a developer. So think like a tester as is essential for developers, as it's a skill as well. And fourth point is test actually provide documentation, as Jeetendra in the third session said. Test provides actually documentation. What you actually write code is what you write code is actually you're documenting when you write test, right? So here you may have seen this picture of a testing parameter. So functional testing is just another name of E2E testing, which we will see in demo for our Cypress app. And it's a bit flaky and slow in if we saw the traditional end-to-end test. If we write our traditional end-to-end test in our Angular app, so it's a bit flaky. And if we saw the integration test, many of us heard a lot about integration tests, but not many of us do take it seriously. Like it's just a what should I say, connectivity of different components. Like if I have a database and I have a front-end app, so I have to make sure that its connectivity is smooth and queuings are working perfectly, right? And then there's a unit test. So unit test is a very easy to test for a single individual components, in which you just test your components. But the problem with unit testing is that it does not provide you the whole. It does not tell you that the whole app is working. It's just a piece of app. It's just a piece of component, and you can test it. So, and there's something called manual testing, which often developers and QA engineers do, because as an QA engineer, sometimes we don't QA engineers, you don't usually go to write code. So they do for manual testing, like manually checking inputs and all sorts of buttons, right? But it's too time consuming. If I have a large scale app, if I have an enterprise app, and if we try to manually testing each and every piece of component, it will take us too long. So this is basically a problem. So here's the Cypress. So Cypress is basically a tool to solve this automation end-to-end test framework problem. How? Cypress, no, let me tell you what is Cypress. Cypress is basically an Electron app, which we have to install separately into our application, right? So it contains a browser APIs, so that we can manipulate DOM events and play with inputs and buttons, like you see in this GIF. So how we can install Cypress? So it's a time-consuming process. So here's the thing: you can run this command on your root project, and it will download the Cypress app, Cypress project. So let me share my VS Code. So so kindly anyone let me know if my VS Code is visible.
Yeah, it's visible, Mohammad. You can keep going.
Okay. So after executing this command, I have this folder created in my Angular project. Okay, so let me tell you first what I'm. So this is the basically application, which has a search bar, some events, and login register button. So we will be writing our test cases into this application, right? So after executing this command, let's have some demo. So how we can start Cypress is that open. So it will take a bit to start a Cypress runner. So it's basically the UI of a Cypress runner where you can see all your test files here. So where is this demo.spec.js file comes from? It's coming from integration. Okay, so how do Cypress know that we have to test our application? We have to test our application from localhost 4200. So there's a file whenever you create a Cypress project in your project. So there's a file called cypress.json. Here in this file, you will see base URL, ignore test files, and some viewports. So base URL is the file which is the project URL which you want to test. So in this case, we are testing our localhost Angular project. Now ignore test files. What this does is it just ignores all the tests which is examples folders, so that we won't see here in this part, right? So let's have a look. So let's have a look at demo. So I've created a demo.spec.js, which we can see here in demo spec. Right. So let me write my first test. Okay. So what should be verifying navbar display? So what we want to see at first, we want to verify if our navbar is displaying correctly or not. So I got this cy.get cy.get. All right. So we want to pick the element. So we want to pick this navbar element in our Cypress so that we can apply test on it. So if we go to inspect element here and see this navbar, this has a class navbar which contains some other classes as well. So what I can do is dot navbar. So it will get a navbar class, and let's assert it should be visible. So what I'm doing is in this code is that I'm picking the navigation bar via class selector, and then I want it to be display visible. So if I saved it and I go to Cypress, and when I click this, it will start a browser session. Okay, so all tests pass, right? So first we will have a look at what exactly happened before all. Okay, so before is a function which almost all the testing frameworks have provided. It's a function responsible for running every suitcase, every test case. Like if we have if we have four it cases, so it will run all. So it will run before these it cases once, right? So it will visit the slash path. It has visited to slash path, which is a simple this. and it intercepts the XHR request. It picks up the navbar and it asserts that the navbar is visible, right? So you may be wondering that why are the other test cases passing even though we did not have wrote any tests, right? So Cypress by default, if we don't provide any case, it will by default pass your test cases. So in this case, I didn't provide any test case from here. So it actually marks this as green. So it passed because Cypress didn't find anything to run tests on it. So we will be writing some more code for it. Before it, we go to our slide. Okay, so that's the UI part of this, which is very interactive. As you can see, I can hear all sort of stuff. If I click on assert and if I try to inspect it, it shows me that it's coming from a jQuery function. It picks up the element and it returns the message with all this class, right? It's to be visible. So this is what our assertion is. All right. So that's its interactive UI. Now the real-time reloads. Yes. Now, if I try to write another test and save it, let's suppose I try should not be visible. Should not be visible. So if I try to save it, it will go to and it should fail because it is visible and we have write our test case to it should not be visible. So that's how it failed, right? So if we don't have to reload or restart our Cypress runner, we just have to write code and save it, and it automatically reloads some of its runner. Okay, so what is another thing for us is that XHR interceptions. Okay, so XHR interceptions are basically the HTTP routes which you request on it, right? So for instance, where's my code? Yes. So for instance, I want to get data from server via GET request. So I've created a dummy Node.js server, which is returning a events data. So how can I intercept this request? So we can write some intercept code. Intercept. All right. We provide a method. Path. All right. So we will have a look at path. So we will provide a slash path because I have connected the backend server with a proxy configuration to Angular. So if I try to connect with API/events, it will directly hit to localhost 4200/API/events, right? So what we can do is that we need to intercept this request .s event. So this is an alias for which we can refer to our whatever we are doing, whatever we have picked any element. So we can it's like a variable. So what should we do is cy.wait and wait by its events. Now why I'm doing wait? Now why I am doing wait function is because it's an HTTP request. It hits to the server API. It hits to the server API and gets the response back. Get us the response back. So we have wait for it to complete it. Now we will start doing assertion on it. It is basically a function which representing any its property or so whatever we get the response from the API, we will type response. So this is the response object which will be coming from the HTTP request, right? So after that, dot should deep include. So there's a function, there's an assertion called deep include, which is responsible for checking the keys in object deeply. Either it's simple object or it's a nested object. It will find the status code to be. So we want our response have a status code 200 and status message. Status message. Okay. So whenever we hit the API request, we want our response to have these two properties with these values, right? So after that, I add another assertion and I want to have a property called body, which contains our events array, which you see here, right? So this is our events array, which has 20 events coming right from the REST API. So what I will do here is I will try have dot property, and I want body property to be in it, and I will add then callback. So what then callback is doing is it's a callback. It yields an element from it. It basically yields all the 20 elements in this callback. So what we will have to do now is that we add body here, and now we will expect our body. In fact, I should call it event. So event dot to dot b dot n array. Okay, so the response we have coming should have a property called body, which should be an array because we are looping through our component. So this should be an array. This is our assertion, right? So if I'm commenting it this for it. In fact, I should only. So I'm using only keyword. So what only keyword here is that it will only run this suit. So then we don't have to see other tests as well. So let's save and check its auto reload feature. Where it is? It's doing events. Now it crashes. Oh, let me see where it crashes. Sure. Oh yes, there is one thing I missed in my code. So before wait, I have to visit this because in the home route, whenever we intercept some request either it's for post or get request, we have to hit by doing that intercept. We have to hit some URL by doing that to intercept one. So what we have done is that we have added intercept as an event. Now we will routing to visit on home page. After home page, it will wait for its events. It will contain its response body and it should deep included, like it's deeply included these two properties with these values. And we should have a property called body, which should be an array. So it's a bit longer test, so that you can get what I'm trying to say is that. So let's save it and let's see why is it working now. Where is this? Okay, so it's still not working. It's still crashing. Why? Because should deep include. All right, so where is print? If we try to print to console, expect status code. Oh, I think we did have a typo. It's basically status code. So if we do this and we still fail. Okay, so let's see what exactly the issue. So it's telling us, assertion error is telling us that the deep property status code of 200, which is we want our status code to be, but it got 304. So 304 is the reason. I'm telling you the reason why it's coming. It's basically getting status code 300 because the data coming from the backend is cached in the browser, right? It's not modified and it's just returning same response. So it does not return status code 200. So what we have to do in order to solve this issue, there is a there is an there is a header which we have to remove it. Like if we do request, okay, so intercept API request accept request as a callback, and what we will do here is request dot headers. You see headers, and there is a property called if none match. So what it will do here is that whenever response comes from API, it will be fresh. Like it will not fetch from the any sort of a cache API. It's any sort of cache. It just get this data from REST API. So every time we will get a fresh data, not modified, not a modified data. So if we try to save this case as well, so what we do this, it goes. So it's failed again. Okay, so why it's failing status but got team, so 304. If none match. Sorry, I have to delete this request header so that it can get the data freshly from our REST API. Now this should work. There's the problem. Live code has got some. Okay, so we have another error is that status message is okay. Let's see what exactly the problem is. Status message, okay. We saw the status code, okay. Status message. So what exactly is the issue? Man, some real typo issues I'm getting. So let's see, it's passed. So what exactly happened in there is that we intercept this route via GET request. Then we have to use this line in order to get 200 status code, so that we don't get a modified data every time when we writing a test, when we execute our test. Then we do visit in this route so that it API hits on this in this route. Then we have waited for its alias, the events. We have get its response body, response object. We have verified that these two object keys and values should be in response, and then we have a body which should be an array. All right. Now let's add one more thing. Now let's complete our test by adding one more thing is that um, what what we have to do. All right. So we want to see if these 20 elements are completely showing in DOM element or not. So what we can do is just c.get. We will pick up an element. So how we will pick this element, and this element is that there is a there is that thing. There's a property called data-cy is equal to event. Cypress told us that it is a best practice to use these kind of these properties so that we can pick element more easily, because sometimes classes and IDs don't we are getting hard to find classes and IDs, so that's how it is. So what we do is that we copy this part, and I want this thing. All right, so and another thing I have to add square bracket. So first of all, we pick this element, and we have to see if this element contains card item class. So how we can add is that dot card item, right? So and after that we asserted that should be dot length should have length. Sorry, have length should be 20. So the data coming from backend is 20, and now we are verifying on our UI that data should have length 20. So if we save this file and go to our Cypress owner, it passes. As you see, if I hover it to there, I click this part, it yields all the 20 elements which included in the selector this, right? So that's how basically we intercepted the request in it, and we get verified that in our UI we have 20 items showing. All right, so let's go to another point. What's our another point saying? So these are extra chance reception. Fixture data. Fixture data is useful when you have to stub your data, like mock your data. For example, there was example called, yes, this is the way to do it. I've created this fixture events.json. So, events.json. JSON. Okay, so where this events.json coming from? It's the fixtures folder, right? So we have an object where we want to check the response data is matching like this or not. So we have added our fixtures response data. We can use direct direct object here, but it's considered as a bad practice. So fixtures basically provides this feature that we can edit external JSON in a separate folder, and we can include for our mocking or stubbing any sort of this. So if we try to save this file after adding this line, events not defined. Wait a second. Oh yes, I have to make it in single quotes. So that's it. So data is already, so test has already been passed, and yes, so it's basically verifying that the data have these fields or not, right? So I just added the object here from the REST API and just implemented here and call it here. All right, so another point is that time traveling and snapshots. If you see this, if I do hover on different elements, you can see that it shows the previous state of our app. Like before we visited this, and after when we XHR the API events, it returns all of our data. What happens when this step has been done? Apart from it, we get object, and we have verified the deep cloning or deep objects, which we have our intercepted example, which we have looked at intercepted example. We do this, it's like it yields 20 data, which we want to see in our UI. So that's basically the idea of time traveling. So we can see what exactly happening in previous steps, right? Okay, so there are some built-in tools which Cypress provides. For example, if I try to write Cypress dot
Sorry,
underscore.
Mohammad. Can you speed up so we can have time for next speaker, please?
Yeah, sure, but just ending my presentation.
Thanks.
All right. So this is a library which is called Underscore, which you have probably heard of. It provides underscore library, Synon.js, and jQuery. So yeah, it provides all these built-in tools. If we see Cypress $, so it means we are testing any jQuery sort of jQuery element, right? So Cypress provides us that this as well. Apart from it, now how is the developer experience difference in Cypress and Protractor? So I will show you quickly what I have written in Protractor. And I am running a test of which I have written in Protractor. So let me show you how is the difference. So I have written 2 tests in Protractor. So it basically gets the input folder, input element. It writes something and it verifies that the return value is same as we write. All right. So the thing is that NGE2E, our Protractor test, is up and running. So this should pass. All right. So both of our tests pass because it's just a simple test. I have written in first I have get title text, and which is to be equal to event hub, and in second I just asserted that the text in input field should be this, which is obviously should be. So that's how it should look on Protractor. But if we saw Cypress, whatever the test we are passing or failing, we have a look at like this. So in terms of developer experience, GUI, I love its GUI. So as a QA engineer, most of the QA automation engineers prefer the Cypress application because it's easy to use and easier to debug, and you can time travel and snapshots, all that stuff, right? Which I have discussed in points. So so these are the resources for where I have learned Cypress, and these are the resources where these slides have been created. So you can check them out, and that's pretty much it. So that was the Cypress part.
Thank you so much, Mohammad, for these talks.
Thank you, Jerome.
I will see you in the Q&A panel to ask answer later on with us.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. Next talk is about desktop application. I will welcome Piotr on stage. Hello, Piotr. Piotr, you work for JetBrains. JetBrains is our sponsor today. You provide great products to help us to be more productive. It helps me at least. I think you work on WebStorm more especially.
Yes, I'm a WebStorm developer, and I, amongst others, one of my main responsibilities is Angular plugin. So if you're using WebStorm and working on Angular, you can blame me for any problems, basically.
Thanks. I will let you start. I think you shared your presentation. So we will talk today about desktop, how to build desktop Angular thanks to Electron.
Thanks. So yeah, I basically I'm working on WebStorm, and privately I'm living in Poland, in Bielsko-Biała, and I'm a fan of enduro bikes, Star Wars, and Lego. So besides working for JetBrains, I also have some private projects, and often I try to use the technologies for which I build tooling. And some time ago, together with my friend, we've built an Electron desktop application with Angular frontend. And I would like to share with you some of the experience we had with this setup. So first of all, why would anyone want to build a desktop application nowadays, right? I mean, everything is going to the cloud. Everything is done in a browser or in a mobile application. So there are some cases where it's still viable. One of these is when you're creating an application which really works in a local environment. So it has to handle, for instance, files on the user file system, or it has to, or it needs to have an access to some local devices, especially some non-standard ones, because like you can have an access to a microphone or camera, but for instance, in medical applications, you sometimes need a very specific access to some special devices. Or, for instance, if you need a direct access to GPU to perform some computations. But for majority of us, I mean, for majority of web developers, I think the most important is that your user can get a better user experience compared to the in-browser one. So, for instance, here is a space client, and if you open it in a browser, it's more or less okay, but you have all this noise in the top part. And if you have a dedicated desktop client, it's you can get a much better experience for your user, and also user gets can run it as a regular application, can put it to the quick access menu, and some possibly less frequent applications are when you need to have an offline application because of security reasons, and the machine on which the application is running cannot connect to the internet and has to work offline. Or if you if you need to use some native libraries on client side, like computer vision libraries. So we've chosen Electron, and it's actually a really nice combination to create a desktop application for a web developer, because it has the familiar Node.js APIs to access local machine resources like files, and it provides you with Chromium rendering engine to create the UI. And you write everything in JavaScript. I mean, it can be TypeScript or any other thing which compiles to JavaScript. And you can use your favorite front-end frameworks to design UI. The project has been developed by GitHub for Atom editor, and it has been open sourced, and it's available for all major desktop operating systems and architectures. Some examples of which applications have been created with Electron is, of course, Atom, and for instance, JetBrains Space Client, or Slack Client, or VS Code, So there are a lot of applications in which Electron is actually being used. But all this cool things comes at a cost because it has really large footprint. One of the previous talks, there was like a budget of 400 kilobytes, right? And I wonder what would you do with a budget of 200 megabytes, because this is how large application is. That's how much you have to maybe download less, maybe 100 megabytes, but after unpacking it's like at least 200 megabytes, because you have to ship Node runtime, you have to ship Chromium rendering engine, and it's all for a single application, because on desktop you actually cannot reuse it. When you have a mobile applications with, for instance, let's say PhoneGap technology, you can reuse the rendering engine which is already in, for instance, Android phone or on iOS. It also provides you. It can be a pro or cons, but it doesn't. It's hard to provide a native experience in terms of controls, especially on Linux, or when user has some custom OS skins. Then the controls will look different than the rest of the operating system, and being an HTML page, an HTML rendered UI and run with JavaScript, it has a significantly large RAM consumption, and it's much slower than a native application. Of course, that's comparing to a native application. But for web developers, it's a really really great great platform, which I think has more advantages than disadvantages. First of all, with one code base, you support all the popular OSs and architectures of desktop platform. You get the familiar web development experience. I mean, front end, back end. We all know these APIs, libraries. It's just really easy to step into that framework, and you get all the benefits, like very advanced UI styling with HTML, with CSS. You can actually provide a unified user experience among different platforms. Like you can create a very similar and share a lot of code with mobile, with web version, and then also with desktop version. And it also saves a lot of time because with you can share a lot of code between all these platforms. It's really nice composes with Angular, because well, this is just a single page application when it comes to the rendering side, and maybe not that important, but actually important is that it has an built-in update system, so you don't have to write a lot of complicated code on how to handle updates. You just need to configure your update server, and that's it. So let's have a look at the architecture. It might be surprising, but actually the Electron application is composed of several processes. We have the main process, which manages which opens and closes and communicates with windows, but each window is actually a separate Electron renderer process. It's a similar architecture to how Chrome works, where each tab is a separate process. So if the tab crashes, the whole application doesn't crash. It's just a single that single tab and that single process crashes. So let's start with the main.js. I mean, that's just the name of the main script. So you start Electron application and you point it to your initial script, and that script gets access to all the Node.js APIs. It gets access to Electron APIs to manage the windows and other aspects of the application. and it has a ability to communicate through IPC, so inter-process communication, with the renderer processes. The renderer processes, the main entry point for them is a website address. It can be some third-party address on the internet. It can be something shipped with the application, and that's usually the case. So we pointed to, let's say, main HTML, which starts in the window. And you can configure it to have access to Node.js APIs. So even within the renderer process, you can have access to the file system, to local devices. But this is actually discouraged, because if you open any third-party content, be that, I don't know, ads or trackers or anything like that, it can actually contain a malicious code which will try to access the user file system and extract some information from it. So usually you would actually bridge that with a script called preload.js, which will create kind of a communication bridge between the local environment and the web page, so that or maybe I should say desktop page, so that so that local user information is protected from malicious code within the HTML. When I tried to architecture my application, I kind of figure out like two main approaches are possible, where you put all the code in the, let's say, front end. So we put all the code within the renderer process, and the other where we actually have a proper backend in the main process, and the renderer processes are just basically the clients. So if we look at the front end only, it is a very good setup where we have a client of some service, because we don't actually have to access any much of the local user resources. The main process in this situation serves as a window manager only. So basically, it just opens Windows, and the Windows have and the Windows then has direct access to local machine resources and manages all the application aspects, right? Loading, managing database, storing information, using all the business logic and UI logic. And it's also good for single window desktop applications, because basically the windows don't have to communicate with themselves, because we have just one. So we can, and it makes the process easier, because you just focus on a single Angular application. But it doesn't have this nice natural separation between UI and business logic, where you actually have to create the API between the client and the server, and this very often enforces on you some practices which then lead to a better code management, code maintenance, right? That the code is much easier to maintain, because there are some separation levels between layers, and it's much easier to maintain, therefore. And if we are going to use some third-party content from internet, we need to make sure that we do all the local access to the local machine resources through preload.js, because otherwise we could expose private user data to some malicious actors. An example of such setup is here, the link to such setup. For my application, I've used the other architecture, front-end plus backend, because at the moment where we were developing the application, we weren't sure whether we won't be migrating the server to the cloud or parts of the server. And in that case, when the front-end client is already communicating through WebSockets or IPC with the main process, then it's much easier to migrate to a different setup. So in this case, the main process handles access to the environment, to database, and encapsulates all the business logic. It can also communicate with your cloud server to synchronize data with the cloud or things like that. And the renderer process basically handles UI only. So it maintains the state of the information through the communication layer from the backend, but it doesn't have any business logic. It's just a way to display data, to edit data, and send it back to the backend. And this setup is much more secure when it comes to third-party websites, because basically they don't have access to local machine resources. And it's really cool for multi-window applications, because then the main process is a single source of truth, and it's much easier to handle multiple windows, where each of them is a separate process. We got the natural separation of logic and UI, and it's also ready it's much easier to migrate to a real server client application with desktop client only. And it's also easier to then produce a web client from this setup. So for this talk, I've prepared the example application. It's available under this link. It's based on that personal commercial product I mentioned before. So I basically took the product, removed all the code, and left just a scaffold of the architecture, and also kind of improved in a few ways. The application is built on the front end is built on Angular and is using NGRX as a store. And maintains a two-way communication with the backend through Electron IPC or WebSockets, because sometimes it's easier to actually debug front-end in Chrome than within the Electron, because it's much easier to run some plugins, to do profiling and things like that. So in some cases, we were just starting backend as a separate process without Electron, and made the communication through WebSockets. But if you run it as an Electron process, then IPC communication is much better, because you're not leaving any open ports on the local host, so that some websites can communicate with them. The communication is based on like a command query event approach. So the client sends commands to do something, or query to query for information. And if something is done, something changes on backend, the event is sent to all the clients, and then the clients update their NGRX stores with that information to keep and the information is propagated to the UI. This works really nice with desktop applications, because there is a very low latency and lag, because it's just an inter-process communication. So it's very quick to send a command and then change something and then receive an event. Usually, if sometimes with web applications, this approach might not be that good, because you would have like 1.5 second lag between, for instance, sending the command and receiving the event. So so this architecture is more suited for desktop. And we've used Winston for logging, and all the communication and logging is strongly typed. I'll move now to the code, or maybe I'll show how the application works. It's really simple. So the UI is really simple. I haven't used any UI library. I just wanted to keep it clean from any unnecessary dependencies. So we can edit. So we can edit the profiles. You can delete them. and you can create a new profile. And this is all happening through the communication with backend. When we have the Electron process, you can see all the messages being logged on the info on the debug level, and some other messages, for instance, from frontend. They're also being directed to the Electron process and saved to the file, because sometimes when you deploy the application to the user, something is happening in the front end, and you actually want to have those logs to analyze what's happening in the application. The setup is for development purposes. The setup is such that you run a regular Angular server, and you open Electron to that address, so that you get a hot reload for your UI, right? So it is immediately updated here. The backend is not restarted. You just the UI is restarted as usual. But if you make any changes to backend, you have to restart the Electron process. Let's have a very quick look at how the code is structured. We have 4 modules: front-end, back-end, common, and Electron. The common module serves as a kind of a layer for communication. So we have the logging APIs. I've told about strictly typed messages. They're pretty useful when, for instance, you need to internationalize your UI, and sometimes you want to display some parts of an error message to the user. Then it's easy to replace the strings with internationalized ones, and it's also easy in the code to determine what kind of error has happened, or what kind of information has happened. The front end has the NGRX store, which is pretty simple. It just stores the list of profiles, and all the actions are properly mapped between the backend and front end. And for communicating, we have the messaging service. When in Electron environment, it uses IPC renderer. Otherwise, it switches to the WebSocket server. So it's actually transparent for the rest of the application, whether it's WebSocket or IPC. And all the messages coming from the backend to the frontend are mapped to NGRX store actions. So that then the rest of the application is working on NGRX store. The backend has just 3-4 services. I think the most important one is Event Bus, on which every part of the backend can put some events. And that events are received by all the clients and by all, so I mean the renderer processes. They are propagated, and all the services of the client can, of the backend can also tap to Event Bus and see what's happening in other areas. The storage is simple. It's not connected to any database because I didn't want to force any solution here, and the logging service is also like it's providing a layer over Winston to provide good experience for the rest of the application. You can of course create other loggers, and they will be connected, and they will be also logged to the file and to the console in the dev mode. So the last part is the Electron application itself. It provides the IPC implementation for server backend. It wraps the Electron logger with Winston logger, so all the Electron information are also logged into the file. And it starts the backend server, creates windows. This application is focused on one window, so it only starts one window. But you can, of course, change it to support multiple windows. And all the rest information is in the README. So I think that would be all for my application. I hope this was an interesting introduction to desktop development for you, and that the example application will help you to start development of your own application. And yeah, thank you very much, and see you on the Q&A session.
Thank you so much, Piotr. We don't have that much time, so yes, we will see you into an hour for the Q&A session.
Okay, thank you very much. See you.
Hello, Tobias.
Hi, Jerome.
How are you?
Thanks for having me. Thank you. Fine. How are you?
Thanks. Really fine. Really discovering great talks with great speakers. Your talks start with we cannot avoid mistake, but with the right tools, we can make sure they don't hurt too much. We make typos, we break tests, but suddenly we make mistake with the Git, and it's so full. we don't know how to deal with it. It's so overwhelming that we need the right tool to help us, because it happened to other people, and I think that Git Tower is built on such experience to help people stop struggling with Git. And for junior track today, it's a great introduction to help everyone.
Yes, I will hope to make your sleep easier at night.
Thank you. Can you share your screen?
Yeah. Let's get started. All right. We should be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Tobias.
Let's go. Thank you. All right. Hi, everyone. My talk is titled 17 Ways to Undo Mistakes with Git. Normally, it's a 60-minute talk with a lot of catastrophes and appropriate ways to undo them. We'll have around 8 or 7 today due to the lack of time, but I think it's a good introduction, as Jerome said, to help you, deal with the inevitable, with making mistakes and using Git, your version control system, actually, as a safety net. That's the reason why I like to talk about this topic, about undoing mistakes. Git is a huge topic, but I'm fascinated by undoing mistakes because there's so many things that can go wrong in today's complex software projects, right? So it's inevitable that we make mistakes from time to time, and knowing that we can undo them and how we can do that. For me, at least, it improved my night's sleep tremendously. So I want to give you that too. Jerome has already mentioned the name. I'm part of the team behind Tower. Tower is a graphical user interface, a GUI for the Git version control system on Mac and Windows. We've been around for more than 10 years now and helped around 100,000 people all over the world and in different companies work more easily and productively with Git and version control. Today's talk is not about Tower, it's about Git in general, and I will show you everything on the command line. But it's good to know that graphical user interfaces like Tower are there to give you another helping hand, let's say. All right, we don't have much time, so just 30 minutes, so let's dive right in. And start with something very, very simple, just to warm up a little bit, and discard all local changes in a file. For the first 1 or 2 cases, we're working with uncommitted local changes. This means changes that we haven't saved in the repository, in the Git repository yet. And let's start with exactly that case. So let's see what we have. Currently, we have a couple of local changes here, and let's take a closer look at what we did to or with imprint HTML. Git diff imprint HTML shows you the exact changes that you performed. And let's also say that this here is not what I wanted, and I want to go back to the last committed version of that file. I want to undo the changes that I made since then. And since not too long, there is a git restore command. In the past, you would have used git checkout, which is okay. You can still use that. But the git restore command, I think it's more telling. It's very clear what it does. So it restores the original state of this file. So if I do that, git restore imprint HTML, I can take another look at git status, and I can see it's not listed here as changed anymore. So I discarded all the local changes there. Pretty easy. Git restore. So first case and the first little yellow warning box, I'm sorry, that's life. When we work with these uncommitted local changes, we have to keep in mind we can't undo undoing them, right? Once you hit git restore and the file name, these changes are really gone and lost because they have not been saved or committed to the Git repository at any time. So be a little bit careful with those. All right. You see the numbers skip. We skip number 2 and we go to number 3 already. Let's get a little bit more interesting, let's say. Most of the time, I hope that some of the changes you make are good and not all of them are bad. So let's discard only parts of the changes in a file and keep others intact, because that's reality. Some changes are good, some are bad. And you can do that in Git. You don't have to throw away everything in a file. And let's see how we can do that. Case number 3. And have a look at what we have. Or we can do that with status again, and take a look at index.html. All right, so you can see we have 2 chunks of changes. The top one, I manipulated a list, and at the bottom one, I manipulated a link. And let's say the first part is genius work. I know it doesn't look like that, but let's pretend. And the second one is garbage. I want to get rid of the second one, but keep the first part of the changes, right? Okay. So the command is again git restore, but the secret ingredient here is that -p parameter, because we're going down to the patch level, right? We don't want to discard all of the changes. We want to decide that on a patch by patch level. And we want to do that with index.html. All right. And we said this one is good, right? So I answer this question here that Git asks, discard this chunk from the worksheet, chunk or hunk. No, I don't want to discard that, but I do want to discard the second one. So for this one, I say yes. Why? And let's see what happened. This is Tower, the graphical user interface that we make. And let's see, index.html. Voila, we kept the first part of the changes, the first chunk of changes alive, and discarded, threw away the second one. That's what we wanted. You can also do that in a graphical user interface. There's something like this, discard chunk, and boom, it's gone. And you can even go one level more granular. We could say, well, inside of this big chunk, let's say I want to keep these 2 lines, discard them, or stage them actually, and well, discard this line here, and then this stays intact, and the rest goes into the next commit. So this is not only limited to discarding changes, but also to staging changes, to adding changes to the next commit. A very granular way of working with your changes. And I think it's really important to think about changes in such a granular way, because version control is there to have granular semantic commits, right? The most important thing for me in version control is to have commits that make sense, to have commits that only encapsulate one topic, not mixing multiple topics in one commit, because then nobody will understand what you actually did. And then working with changes in such a granular way becomes really important. So keep that in mind, maybe. All right, git restore now with the -p flag. We're switching to manipulating committed history from now on. So the first two cases were uncommitted local changes, and from now on we're manipulating committed history. And again, something very, very simple to get started, fixing the last commit. Because as you see in this simple example, a typo in a commit message is very easy to produce, or you forgot to add a change, all things that happen very, very quickly. And that's why Git makes it very, very easy to correct that. So let's see, this is number 5. And let's take a look at the problem, let's say. Yeah, so this commit message doesn't look healthy, so we should change that, we should fix that. On the command line, it's pretty easy to do that. Git commit, and then the --amend flag. And then we can provide a better or corrected version of the commit message. And let's say typos are indeed embarrassing. Don't mistype embarrassing, that's bad. That's good. Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, now the commit message is corrected, and I could pretty easily do that because it's the very last commit. That's when you can use amend. The other situation where you can use amend is if you forgot to add a change to that last commit. That's also pretty easy to make a mistake. At the moment, index.html is not part of that change set, as you can see. But let's say I forgot that, and then I can simply add it to the last commit by amending on the command line. Pretty similar. Git add, and then again using git commit amend, and now it is part of that change set. So amend is a pretty easy tool to manipulate the very last commit. Again, we have one of those yellow warning boxes. Amend is one of those commands, and we'll see one or two more of these that rewrite history. I'll show you what I mean, but first I want to hammer in the important rule you should take away from this talk. Don't change commit history that you've already shared, that you've pushed on a remote repository that you're sharing with colleagues, right? Because they might have based their work, their new work on that commit, and now you're erasing that and changing that and manipulating that and rewriting that, and this will get you talking. So use it for your local commit history, to clean up your local commit history before you integrate into a team branch, before you push something up. That's what these tools are about. And rewriting history in this case is pretty simple. If you look at that very last commit here, it has a commit hash of 4010F, something like that. If I amend again, let's do that. I can do that as long as I want. Are indeed very embarrassing. Amend. Then you can see the commit hash changed, right? So in the background, a completely new commit object was created and swapped. So this is a serious manipulation, so to speak. So just be aware of that and keep in mind that you should only do these rewrite history actions for your own history. All right. Reverting a commit in the middle, number 6. Let's start with the good news. The good news is not everything is bad in this scenario. It's just this commit here in the middle. C2 is the bad apple. We made a mistake in there and we want to correct it. Everything that came afterwards and before is fine. So we don't want to roll back the complete project. We just want to undo this one. And using revert is a pretty non-destructive way of doing that, because revert, it does not go ahead and rip out C2 and throw it away. Instead, it creates new data with the opposite changes. Git is clever enough to understand, okay, Toby changed about this project into about, so if we want to revert the effect of that commit, I can simply create reverting changes, right? Git is clever enough to do that for us. And so we have new data that corrects our mistake. That's pretty elegant and, as I said, non-destructive. Let's see how we can do that on the command line. Number 6, I think. And again, have a look at what we have. All right, let's say this is the bad guy and we want to revert that. We want to undo this one here. And if I take a look at the changes here in about HTML, I changed about into about this project. So I expect opposite changes to be created for me when I use revert. And let's try that out actually. So I'm copying the commit hash of the broken commit here. And then on the command line, I can type git revert and just the commit hash of that bad apple here. And then I am given an editor window. Why is that? Because, as I said, we are about to create a new commit that corrects the changes or the mistakes that we did before. So I can I'll stick with the suggestion that Git makes for this commit and save and close that. And let's see what happened. Voila, we have a new commit here that contains the opposite changes. So this is I think a very elegant and non-destructive way of repairing something, of undoing something. So this here repairs this one. All right, git revert. This is a different scenario. Resetting is a little bit more, well, the problem is a little bit more grave, let's say. So in this scenario, everything that came after C2 is actually bad. So we really want to turn back time to C2 and forget everything that came afterwards. And this is a case for reset. Let's take a look at that. Number 7. And again, have a look at the catastrophe. So let's say we want to return to this point in time and forget the newer commits, those 2 here, and go back here. So again, I'm copying the commit hash, and on the command line, I can just type git reset --hard and the revision I want to return to. Let's take a look. Voila, you saw it flicker maybe for a millisecond, and the newer commits disappeared. I'm back at that previous point in time. Now, you saw me use --hard on the command line, so there must be something else, right? Yeah, there's hard, mixed, keep, and soft. I can never remember what keep and soft do. You will live a happy life with --hard and --mixed, and I'll show you the difference right now. So I have the same scenario here, and if I use mixed, I will keep the changes of the undone commits as local changes in my working copy. What I mean is I'm going to make disappear these 2 commits in a second. I'm resetting, right? But these commits, they do have a change set, right? This one also has a change set. And these changes are being preserved as local changes in the working copy. So let's see what I do. This is a reset. In Tower, we call it keep changes. This is --mixed on the command line. And the first half is the same. So we are now back at this point in time. But as I said, I have these contained changes in the undone commits here as local changes in my working copy. Could be nice, could be handy if you want to look something up or just change something. All right, git reset --hard --mixed. And now we're going to look at a special tool in Git that not everybody knows, and that is very practical, the reflog. The reflog is, I would say it's Git's diary. It's where Git protocols every movement of the head pointer. A movement of the head pointer is when you commit, when you check out, when you cherry pick, when you merge, when you reset, when you rebase. So all of the more interesting actions are protocoled here. And this makes it, of course, a perfect source for those situations when things go south, right? And let's see what we can do. We can recover a deleted commit, for example. Let's see if we have something else in stock. No, let's do this one. So just in the case before, you remember we did a reset. And let's say, as life sometimes plays out, this wasn't a good move, right? So we did the reset and removed these commits here. And just a second later, we noticed, oh, damn, I shouldn't have deleted those commits. Can I get them back? This is number 3 and number 4. That's the panic emojicon. We want to get those commits back because we think we just lost valuable data. And this is where the reflog can come in very, very handy. And let's see how to do that. All right. Let's first start by breaking something. So we return to this commit here and we'll then lose the newer ones, right? So let's do a reset. Don't keep changes. And boom, voila. And I'll give you a second or two to realize, oh, damn, I shouldn't have done that. I just lost commits. And let's take a look at the command line and see if we can recover that using git reflog. So if I open git reflog, I get this protocol, this journal where git has protocoled all of the head pointer movements, and they're ordered chronologically. So the most recent items are at the top. And you can see that there's a reset action, and that's what we just did literally 20 seconds ago. So the journal works. That's good news. And if you want to go back to the state before, that's also protocol. So I can just copy the revision hash of that previous state here, copy that to the clipboard, and I could then just type git reset once more and use that revision hash. I could do that. I prefer to just create a new branch. I think it's a little bit more flexible, and have it start at that seemingly lost revision that we want to recover, right? So I'll do that. And voila, there's a new branch, including the commits that I thought I had lost. Very elegant, I think, and very, very easy and helpful. This is a very good opportunity to show you something in Tower because it can be easier than that. So let's again destroy something, reset. And not too long ago, we implemented something in Tower that is pretty helpful. You can just type Command Z like you would in an editor if you mistyped something. And voila, the last action is undone. And it doesn't matter what it is. A merge might have gone wrong, or you deleted a branch, or you pushed something which you shouldn't have. Command Z and the last action is undone. Pretty powerful stuff. All right, git reflog. This is also a classic mistake because many teams have let's say, a rule or a habit of not committing on master or main or any other long-running branch. And yet we sometimes do that, right? We forget, well, we are on that branch and just type git commit, and then it lands on the wrong branch. And so this is a handy recipe if you have to move a commit to a different branch because it didn't belong here, right? Let's take a look at number 12. I do that all the time. It's horrible. Let's see what we have. Okay, so on master or main, the very recent commit, the most recent commit says newsletter sign-up page. While we already have a feature newsletter branch, it should have been there, right? I committed it to master inadvertently, and it should have landed on the feature newsletter branch. So what we can do is we switch to feature newsletter, and then we cherry pick it over. We just drag and drop it here. I'll show you how to do that on the command line. So this is now here, wonderful, as it should have been in the first place. So it should have been here in the first place. And then the second part of that solution is to clean up master, right? Because it shouldn't be here. So I'm going back to master, checking that out. And then I can use a simple git reset. And voila, it's gone on master. It shouldn't have been here in the first place. And feature newsletter now has that commit, so everything looks fine and beautiful, and you've never made a mistake. Your colleagues won't know. On the command line, a little bit more work. You check out the feature branch, then git cherry pick the commit over, go back to master, and then use git reset hard to clean up the master branch. All right. Let me take a look at the clock because I want to be on time. Jerome, I think I have a couple of minutes more because I started later. Is that correct? I'll start with one interactive rebase.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, you just interrupt me and throw things at me if I'm going over time. But I think this could be very interesting for a couple people to get a glimpse at. Interactive rebase, big topic. The Swiss Army knife of Git tools, because you can do so many things with interactive rebase. It's a really, really helpful tool, and it can be a little bit tricky to get into. So that's why I'm gonna take a simple case to explain how it works in general. You can edit old commit messages with it. You can delete old commits. You can combine multiple commits into one. You can split one commit into multiple. You can fix up old commits. It's very, very, very flexible and very powerful stuff. And we're going to start with a very simple case, editing an old commit message, because it illustrates how the interactive rebase works in general, in every case. So you generally have the same 3 steps, let's say. The first one is, and we'll see all of that in practice, so rest assured, how far back do I have to go with my interactive rebase? How much of history do I want to, how many commits do I want to manipulate? Then actually starting the interactive rebase session, and then working with the editor window that then opens up to say what I want to accomplish. Let's do this in practice, I would say. So this was 13, I guess. And take a look at what we have. Okay, so let's say we want to change this commit message here. A little reminder, in case number 5, I think we used amend to change a commit message. Wonderful, but doesn't work here because amend only works for the most recent commit. So if I wanted to change this one here, okay, but anything further down the commit history, anything older, I have to use interactive rebase for. Okay, so first step in interactive rebase. How far back do I need to go? And the answer is at least to the parent commit of the one I want to manipulate. So at least here I have to start the interactive rebase. I can either copy the commit hash, or I can do a little bit of counting. So this is the head commit, head -1, -2, -3. All right, on the command line, git rebase -interactive, head ~3, right? And this starts the interactive rebase session, as I said. I'm making that bigger. And now we have a list of those commits that I just selected effectively. I gave a commit range, actually. And the popular mistake is to begin changing things here. This is not what is recommended or what you can do, actually. In this window, you only tell Git what you want to do, right? And in this case, we want to reword. That's the action keyword. They're all protocoled down here, so you don't have to learn them by heart. Reword means I want to use the same commit, but I want to change the commit message. That's what we want to do, right? Edit the commit message. This is all that is happening in this step. Just marking up that line, saving and closing. And finally, now I can actually make that change. So the old commit message is opened up again for me, and now I can make my very important changes. The markup structure, that's it. Save and close. Let's take a look at the changes. And wonderful, we just manipulated commit history. Very, very elegant. Let's see, I'm not sure if we have time for one more. Jerome, 5 more minutes? Is that good?
It will be too short for 5 minutes, sorry.
Yeah, 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Good, okay. Trying to negotiate my way out of here. Yeah, let's do it like this. So Interactive Rebase, as I said, has lots of different tools. You can also split or edit an old commit and open that up for editing. It's really, really flexible. And for the time being, for today, you have to be happy with knowing that this is possible and that you can do it. Again, caution when rewriting history. Interactive Rebase is, again, one of these tools that you should use only on your local history. So when you're working on a feature branch and want to clean that up before you merge it back into a team branch, that's when you use these tools. Right? This is maybe a slide to screenshot. I don't know, maybe make a screenshot of this one. I've prepared a little, this is for free, a little set of videos of these cases. As you've heard, time was a constraint today and I couldn't have done all the cases. You get all of these little cases as 17 little videos, 2 to 3 minutes, and can watch the ones that are interesting to you. So this little first aid kit could be a nice helper. This could also be a screenshot worthy slide, and this is the last one. You've seen Tower in some cases, and I strongly believe it helps you become a little bit more productive and avoid some mistakes. If you want to give it a try, this is a good time. We're giving you 50% off on your first year with that coupon code just for the attendees of this conference, and see if it helps you in your daily work. All right, enough of that. Jerome, I'm done.
Thank you so much. So to sum up your talk, I think that we can just type git voila, and if it doesn't work, give a try to git to help you to sleep well and to deploy on the Fridays and to enjoy life.
Classic. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and see you in 30 minutes for the Q&A panel.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tomiak.
Goodbye.
For this last talk before the Q&A panel, I'm happy to invite, to invite Vanessa to talk together about best practices with Angular. As an expert on the Angular Discord server, I review code on a daily basis, and I see so many different ways to code with Angular, and it's great for this junior track to show what are the best practices based on community practices, based on guidelines, to help you not only on the way to write your code, but to improve the performance of your applications. And so Vanessa will give you insights and best practices for Angular Wonderworld.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Hello, everyone. And your mention is true. It's very important to know the best practices. And now in the last version of Angular, we need it a lot. My talk is about Angular in the wonderland of the best practices. So I'm going to introduce myself. I am Vanessa Aristizabal. I am front-end developer. I am GD in Angular and web technologies. I am GitHub star. I am a mentor and a speaker and a code lover. I enjoy a lot to share with the community. I am from Colombia, and I am making this talk from Colombia. And we are going to start with the talk. I always try to use some quote in some of my talks, and that quote related with little details that I'm going to talk or include them in my talks. So for this one, I choose, if you control the code, you control the world. And this phrase, or this quote, is from Mark Goodman. I choose this one because we want to create the perfect application, making the perfect code. But sometimes it could be difficult, but we can continue doing that. Implemented good practices to improve our applications in the same way we control our world. The wonderland of Angular has a wide spectrum for designing single-page application. Angular is a powerful framework for building dynamic programming structures. The main building blocks of Angular are modules, components, metadata, templates, data binding, services, directives, and dependency injection. Maybe you ask yourself, why do we need to know about the best practices? Sorry. Why do we need to know about the best practices? And the answer to that question is because the best practices will ensure optimal implementation for better performance and robust security to improve our Angular projects. There are several practices, but we are going to see some of them. The first one is maintain the proper folder structure. Our folder structure will easily adapt to the new changes during development. In the application structure, we have to keep in mind being live. Do the structure of the application such that you can locate the code quickly, identify the code at glance, keep the latest structure you can, and try to be dry. Live means L is for locate code intuitive, simple, and fast. I is for identify. And naming the file, then you can instantly know what it contains and represents, avoiding files with multiple components, multiple services, and a mixture of them. The F is for flat, keeping a flat folder structure as long as possible, considering creating subfolders when a folder reaches 7 or more files. And try to be dry. Do be dry, don't repeat yourself, avoid being so dry, then you sacrifice readability. Here we can see an example of a feature model implementation. I have some feature models. I have the short model and the core model. In the short model, we have the component, directives, pipe. This is an example. We can have more folders than we can include in the short model that we can share through all the application. And in the core, I have the service, models, and folder guards. And for feature model, in this case, I have a component and pages. Angular coding style. The Angular coding style goes hand in hand with folder structure. It is a big step towards producing clean, maintainable code that is written in Angular way. By following the style guide, you will ensure that your code stands the test of time. So following the previous structure, here we can go deeper in some folders. For example, in the components, I have here the header and footer. And for the header, I have the component file, the template file, the style of the header, and the spec of the header. For the footer, it's the same. I have the template, the component, the styles, and the spec file. For the directives, I have the file of the directive and the spec. For the pipes, only the pipe, and services, the service, and the spec. We are going to talk of some of these practice you can you saw on the folder structure. The naming conventions. All we know that naming things is hard. Sometimes I have problems to naming functions or maybe variables or maybe the files, because we need to consider some tips in order to create the proper name of our files or our structure that we want to create. We need to be aware that names should be consistent, understandable, meaningful, unambiguous, readable, and searchable, because reading main code is easy. The name should be clear and indicates what it does, and you don't have to run around searching for the truth. And some of the dots that we need to take in consideration is that separate the file names with dots and dashes. Use dashes to separate words in the descriptive name. Use dots to separate the descriptive name from the type. Use conventional type names, including services, component, files, modules, directives, and others. And use consistent name for all asset name after that we want represented. The single responsibility. Apply the single responsibility principle to all components, services, and other files. This helps to make the app clear, easy, read to maintain, and more testable. The rule of one defines one thing, such as services or component, per file, and we need to consider some limiting files, lines of code. And for small functions, define a small function and consider limiting to no more than 100 lines. And some developers consider that the maximum is 80. And for the rule of one, the maximum is 300, or we try to be more cleaner or try to don't use a lot of lines in our code. TypeScript. Well, we know that TypeScript gives us a lot of advantages in Angular. We know that it's a type of language and improves very well advanced auto-completions, navigation, refactoring, and we create more scalable applications. We have to consider some practices in Angular in all applications that we created. For example, the naming. The naming convention recognized by Angular are very simple. For class names and type, we must use Pascal case. For example, in interface, there is a rule that says that we don't need to use the I as a prefix. For unknown values, we need to use also Pascal's case, and this one applies for interface and for types because it's really important to know this. And use camel case for function names. Here we can see bad practices and a good practices example. In bad practices, I have the class, the type, and the num in lowercase. And the interface starts with I. And for constant and function, in this case, is Pascal case. But the good practice of that say that for classes and for interface and for a num, we must use Pascal case. And for interface, we don't need to use the I at the beginning as a prefix. And for constant on functions, the rule is to use camel case for it. Well, to return the proper type. A template expression should be evaluate the type of value that the target property expects. For example, return a string if the target property expects a string, a number if it expects a number, an object if it expects a number, and so on, an array and the other types that we needed. I have an example of bad practices and good practices. And we have in bad practice and function add. For function add, we have two parameters, the x and y, and it returned as an any. And inside, we are making returning an operation adding the x and y. But if we take in consideration that both are numbers, so, well, the idea is to return a number. But in this case, we are returning an any. So the good practice is that say that we must return the proper type. And using the same example for function add, in this case, are returning a number. For greeting, in this case, we are returning a void because we are not returning nothing, and the function greeting is only making a console log, only displays that message in console. Well, avoid the any type. We should declare variables or constants with proper types other than any. This will reduce unintended problems and other advantage of having good typings in our application and make refactoring more easy. I have two examples, and I have a variable something, and the something is typed as any, but I have a string value. Then I redeclare something as a number, and then redeclare something as a true. And then I have another variable for a write, and it's an any or a write. And inside I have a string, and a name John, a number 1, 2, 3, and true value. And then I'm going to make a push for other name. So the good practices is use the proper type, and this is really useful to create, as I mentioned, it's better for refactoring and other things in order that our colleagues can understand better our code. And for something, in this case, we are assigned the proper type that is a string, and we have the hello world. And we redeclared that with hello Angular. And for RY, we have an array of strings. We have a John and Anne, and we are going to make a push with another name, do. If, for example, we want to make another push, but with a number, we are going to get an error, because the idea is if we declare as a proper type, we must assign the proper type value. Simplify your imports. Organize your import using index.ts. This file can be used to import multiple modules from other modules and re-export them so that can be consumed by others easy way. The module that we re-exported in index.ts can be then imported from another's files than we needed in our application. And we don't need to specify the original location of each module. I have this index.ts, and this index.ts, well, I suppose that I have in the folder core. So I am exporting the services and exporting the modules. And for component, I imported the API service, list schema and task schema for this case. List schema and task schemas are for models. So I using ////core. So, but in this case, if we use the index.ts, could be more easy to instead to create each line for one of them. We can on only one line included all the things that I needed. Well, this is for shorter your relative path. Use absolute path to make your import cleaner and more readable. When we have to import a component, services, and other, sometimes they are too long. That's my previous example, and hard to maintain. And that one could be very annoying in large projects. In the tsconfig JSON file, the path can be configured to use custom namespace to point to a specific path by changing it to compiler options. The base URL is the base directory to resolve non-relative model names, and the paths is a list of mapping entries for model names to locate relative to the base URL. It is a good practice to specify the base URL and modify aliases path in the compiler options. Here we have the compiler option with the base URL, and our paths for environment in case that we need it, and the shared folder that I'm going to use in my project using feature models. And I have in the component, I'm going to import that using the header component. So I have from share/component/header/header.component. And this share help me or save me sometimes in order to use dot, slash, double dash to go on until the share folder. With this, is more readable for us the URL of the paths. Breaking down into small reusable components. This might be an extension of the single responsibility principle. If component becomes large, it makes code hard to read, and the code can be sometimes very messy, and they are not very reusable. Breaking down our reusable components can help us to reduce, for example, the duplication of the code, so we can manage it more easily, maintain it more easy too, and debug it with less effort. If there is a piece of some UI that you need to implement in so many places in your component, it's really good to use this principle in order that we can save a lot of time. But for example, if we need to apply some changes in our component, you don't need to go around in the application and changing in all places, then you copy and paste the code. Only apply the changes in the component, and the changes will be reflected in your application without any problem. In this example, I have a car. It's a small component. And this car, I'm going to implement it in my app to-do list component. This is simple. If I want to implement this car in another place, I only to use the same way as I implemented in a to-do list. Include my app car and that's it. If I have to modify my app car, I only go to my component or my template and that's it. About logic in templates. All logic should be extracted in the component. That helps to cover that case in the unit test and reduce bugs when there is a template change. Having the logic in the template means it's more prone to bugs when changing template code. Here I have a small example. The bad practices is I have the ng-if and my ng is visible, and I have the triple equal with true. And well, it is true, I'm going to display the message, but the idea is to have this kind expressions in our logic. And only, for example, we are going to evaluate a Boolean, so we don't need to add the triple equal. And in the logic, we have, for example, in ng-init, we are assigning, this is visible equal true, but if you want to use the false, it doesn't matter in our template. We don't need only to evaluate it's visible, but we don't need to add the operator of equal or different, another thing. The idea is to have the logic or our operations only in the logic. Don't use the template, because when we have to create the unit test, we don't know how to test this kind of example. It's more easy to test that in our logic. Use a try back along with ng4. When we use ng4 to loop over an array in templates, we need to use it with track by. These functions will return a unique identifier for each DOM item. When you use ng4 with a track by, an array changes. Angular re-renders the whole DOM tree. But when you use track by Angular, we know which element has changed, and we only make DOM changes only for that element. Here I have an example on ng4. I have the movie list, and for my movie list, I have an identifier. So I want to use in track by that identifier. I have here my array of movies. Each one had an ID and title. I have a function, the track by ID, where I'm going to receive the index and the movie, and return the movie ID that I am using in the track by. Using async pipe in templates. The async pipe allows the subscriptions to observables inside of the Angular template syntax. Observables can be directly by using pipes. Under the hood, an observable will be unwrapped into a plain value. When a component using the template, this will be destroyed. Each observable is automatically unsubscribed. So using async pipe helps a lot to do this operation that unsubscribes our observables, and that helps us with memory leaks. I have these 3 examples. The first one is only to make a binding with movies using the async pipe. The second one is using the ng4, and we have our movies. In our movies, we are using the async pipe. And the next one is for the ng-if. In the ng-if, we have the movie, and we are using the async pipe. And here we are making a conditional using the word, Batman, else we are going to display ng template. The idea is, if we want to integrate this example to avoid the logic in the template, we have to find the best way in order to create the both implementation, making the unsubscription easily in order that don't affect the application, and also avoid to using this kind of logic in our templates in order that we can test it more easy and efficiently. Use lazy loading. The lazy loading helped us to load our application. Lazy load will load something only when it is used. This will reduce the initial load time in our application by avoid to load those using models. By default, ng models are loaded so as the app loads. So though all ng models then help us than all ng models that we don't need to use nor necessarily loading. For our large applications with a lot of routes, we need to consider use the lazy loading as a design patterns because it helps us a lot with our performance in an application and helps us also with the to create the bundle smaller. Here I have an example. I have a route, and in this one I have only two. Then the redirection that pass math to home. Then if we don't have anything to redirect to home, and the path with home because I have a model for home. And here we are going to use the log children, and in log children we are importing the home model. This line is to create the lazy loading, and in home component that are included in our model home. We have our root, and in our root we import the router model for child root. So using this, we know that we are using the lazy loading. Prevent memory leaks in Angular observables. Observables could create the memory leaks issue, so it is better to unsubscribe them when they are not needed anymore, but this is only required when a subscription is created inside a component which is destroyed before the observable completes. There are several ways to unsubscribe it, such the async pipes. The async pipes unsubscribe themselves automatically. It makes the code simple, eliminated the need to manually manage subscriptions. Also, it reduces the risk of forgetting to unsubscribe from the component, which would produce a memory leak. Another way is you can unsubscribe from the source using the ng undestroy hook. And if you want to specify a number of values from the source, consider using the argjs operator like take until, take last, first as an option. And these operators don't require the unsubscription. So if you use this, you don't need to create or use the async pipe or to use the hook, the unsubscription hook to do this operation. And you can create also a root lint for detecting observables that are not unsubscribed in order that you can fix that more easily in order to prevent some memory leaks. Well, use CDK virtual scroll. Well, the CDK virtual scroll helps to display a very large list of items in a performant way. It will render only items that fit with the viewport in the current scroll position in comparison to rendering all items at once without a virtualizations. Virtual scrolling enables to simulate the items being rendered by making the height of the container element the same as the height of the total number of elements to be rendered, only rendering the items in the view. I took this example of the official page of the Angular Material CDK, and in the Angular Material CDK we have this component, and in this component we have the CDK virtual form. In the CDK virtual form we have our list of items, and only we are going to display the items. And in the logic, in the component, we have the declaration of items, and it's only are array, and these are why we are created with 100,000 elements. And you can see how can work the virtual scroll. It is really, really useful to use it, and you can implement it easily in your applications. The accessibility. Well, our web application should be accessible for everyone. Creating an application more accessible will improve the user experience for all the users. There are some techniques that we can implement in semantic. We know that we have some area attributes, and it will be useful to include some of them in our components. And another one is the CDK accessible package. CDK includes the A11 package, A11Y package that provides a tool support for various areas of accessibility. An example of the CDK is, for example, the track focus. The track focus directive helps us to to get that focus where in the element that we need to implement it. I took this example also for the official page of CDK accessibility. I have the area attributes in the button. In this button, I have the attribute area label, assignment and action label. And for the CDK accessibility, we have different ways to implement it. But in this example, you can see that we have the focus. And in this one, we are changing only the message for most focuses or for most blurred. Angular up to date. We need to keep our application up to date. It is really, really important. And also, we already updated for the latest Angular library release. Updates may help to fix some security issues discovered in previous sessions or some bugs that are previously discovered. Keeping the application up to date enables to take advantage on new features as well as optimization and bug fixes. And the documentation. The documentation sometimes could be an exhausting task for us, but is invaluable for collaborative in our application and for all developers that are involved in the application. It will help the new developers also to be involved more, understand more the application, the project logic, and readability of it. The biggest recommendation is to document the code as much as possible. I know that this is a hard task, but it's really, really important. Having updated documentation determines trust in components will result in developers creating, for example, new components instead of reusing the existing ones. The documentation is different from leaving a comment in your code. You should avoid all the code comments. Your comments shouldn't compensate your failure or express a message. Comments should be updated as code is updated. But a better use of time would be to write the code that explains itself and write the proper documentation of the application in a tool. Well, some developers use, for example, a storybook, but the storybook is not good practices to create the documentation, because in the storybook we can create or we can see the interaction of some components, but the proper is Compodoc. Compodoc helps a lot. We create a really good documentation and it's easy to use, easy to implement. Angular developer tools. Angular developer tools can be really alive for all developers. It is a Chrome extension in this new one and then provides a debugging and profiling capabilities for applications. The best practices help us to avoid some errors in our application, and Angular Dev Tools will improve the debugging experience and help you better understand your application structure and runtime performance. Some of the features are visualization of the component structure, understanding the change detection execution. So I recommend to use it a lot, and it's new one. And if, for example, you find a bug or something like that, you can report it in the GitHub of Angular DevTools. This is an example. I have a to-dos component and I inspected the app to-dos. Here I can check the outputs and some properties of that component. Well, as a conclusion, to create the perfect application and to supply user requirements and experience, I know that it's a constant journey for all developers. There are a bunch of good practices we can implement, from good implementation of TypeScript and Angular coding style to code practices. The tips that I mentioned are some of them, but we have a really, really big list. And in the documentation of Angular, in the style guide, we can find more a lot of useful tips. And the community of Angular sometimes are updated the tips and publicating another that they find in their application implementation. Adding some of these practices will help you a lot, help you to improve some code practices, and you will have a nice experience for your user and improve the performance of the application. So thank you so much. I think that I don't have any time to show nothing, but I invite you to use, for example, the Angular Dev Tools that are really, really nice, and the Compodoc is really nice too.
Thank you so much, Vanessa. I will move you to the backstage for a minute. I have an announcement and we will start the Q&A panel. Thank you. I have an announcement from our sponsor today, JetBrains. JetBrains creates professional software development tools for coding in JavaScript, Java, Python, PHP, and so much languages. It also provides team collaboration tools. Over 10 million people worldwide use software made by JetBrains, and the company is also known as the maker of Kotlin, the preferred language for Android development. One of the most popular tools made by JetBrains is WebStorm, an IDE for JavaScript and its related technologies, like Angular. WebStorm makes your development experience more enjoyable, automating routine work and helping you to handle complex tasks with it. I will share you a survey to get a 3-month subscription for WebStorm, so don't hesitate to test it. And I will welcome back the speaker, Piotr and Vanessa, being with us. I will invite Mohammad, Tobias, and Stanimira to join us too. So don't hesitate if you have questions about best practices, about Electron, about Git, about Cypress, and about Angular schematics. I will start with one question for you, Piotr.
Okay.
I'm copying it. Are there advantages in using Electron over PWA if I don't need native API access?
I would say that the advantage would be that you have more native experience with OS. Like I shown on the example with Space Client. Maybe let me. My screen is not shared. So basically, your user will get a better experience with the OS integration. That's it.
Okay, thanks. How do you auto-update Electron apps?
Okay, so maybe I'll share my screen so that I can show the code. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so in the Electron builder JSON, there is this publish configuration, and you need to look at the publish at the documentation on Electron page. But basically, you publish a build to the update site, which you provide details here. And later on, for instance, here we have enabled the auto updater. So it will basically check for updates and notify. There is an Electron updater package provided by Electron, which makes all the complex stuff for you and allows you to do all this basically with some boilerplate code only.
Thank you. I have one question for you, Vanessa. What is the best folder structure for large-scale applications? And welcome back, Mohammad.
Well, the best structure for large application, well, we have different ways to implement it right now. We have the small one I showed you was feature models, but for big one we have different tools. We have the monorepos, and now in nowadays we have the micro front ends, and if the users want to create the proper administration of the state, maybe need to consider to use a tool, maybe like NGRX to manage the app. So it's not exactly the perfect one. It depends on the project and the necessities of the projects and the requirements of the users, of our clients, and depends on that we need to analyze the best architecture to implement in our apps.
Okay, thank you. About Electron, in case on an Electron app use background windows to handle CPU intensive tasks, is there a best practice to sync the store on the main render window?
Okay. I haven't done that kind of calculations in my application. I believe what the user means is that we want to have a web worker. I think that in this case, you would like to sync the web worker results with the backend. And then the backend will store it in the database or send an events to the client. So in this architecture, it's basically like if you had multiple Windows is managing the same data. So you send a command to store some information, and all clients get the event that some information has been stored and update their own local, for instance, NGRX stores. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. The next one isn't related to one of your talks. Would you have some open source project to link to provide projects that you know that might help people to learn from others?
I think that's a question to any of us, right?
Yeah. I know I will share one. It's a Jira clone made with Angular by Truongvo. Truongvo is one of the community leader in Vietnam, if I'm right. And you can find on its GitHub account a Jira clone, a Tetris clone, a Spotify clone too, created with Angular. So I'm sharing them if it can help you, and I will let you answer to that.
Yeah, I don't have any list handy. I've tried to create an example project which is as close to the like a real application as possible.
I don't know if it's me, but I didn't hear you, Piotr.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It works.
Okay. So.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. What's the best approach for generating multi-platform builds with Electron on a CI pipeline?
That's a tough question. The biggest trouble is to get a native OS build. So working with you need to code sign the Electron application for macOS and for Windows. I think that So that would be a major problem, because otherwise it's a pretty straightforward thing. The building process is actually very straightforward with Electron Builder. The only kind of challenge is to run the actual code signing on a macOS system and actual Windows code signing on Windows system. Though, as far as I know, you can actually try to sign the code for Windows built on Linux machine, but for Mac you definitely need a Mac machine, and that's the biggest challenge for this. And therefore, like in our case, we do a lot of manual work because it's a small project, but we have a separate, let's say, pipeline for on Windows machine and a separate pipeline on macOS machine. And there is no problem with publishing a build separately for Windows, separately for Mac. The Electron updater actually handles that pretty well and shows the updates only for a particular operating system.
Okay, I have two questions for you, Mohammad. Could you let us know why is Cypress more useful than Jasmine and Karma?
All right, so Cypress is more useful than Jasmine and Karma in terms of their like performance. It's really fast in terms of performance rather than Jasmine and Karma. Its GUI is very easily accessible, and yeah, we as a junior, if someone started to learn or work as a automation engineer, Cypress is more easily to work on rather than Jasmine or Karma by using front terminal. So Cypress is more easier for debugging purposes and easily to use for testing. So that's what I think.
Thank you. When you were showing the code, you were using the child syntax. So there is a question about that. Maybe you can give more information about the API available for testing into Cypress.
Well, most of the testing frameworks have the similar syntax. Yes, it is chai syntax. So yeah, because all of these APIs are just doing the same. Cypress is different in terms of like GUI and easily usable, easily accessible, and performance wise. So yeah, it is chai syntax.
Thank you. Vanessa, for you, how do you make sure best practices are used across teams? Would you recommend any tools?
Well, I recommend to configure the linter, because the linter helps us for each rule that we create, help us to improve our code and to implement better some of the best practices that I mentioned and others that I don't have the time to mention. So the best tool is to configure the linter, the TS lint. And when we installed the Angular CLI for the last version, we have the option to make it more restricted. So if you enable that, you have to improve your code. You have to create the proper types, the return types, and also, for example, the tip that I mentioned, if you create a rule for the unsubscriptions, that also helps you to improve, to include that practice in your code.
Thank you. About Electron, are there plugins to access USB devices and read data from them?
Unfortunately, I cannot answer this question because I haven't been using USB devices, so not really sure. Sorry.
Okay, thanks. In which cases the use of Electron is a bad decision?
That's a tricky one. So let me think. It's gonna be a probably bad decision if you need an application. For instance, if you write an application for a single platform, for a single architecture, like for macOS, maybe it's better to write a native application then, because it will really provide a much better user experience. So I would say that Electron goes more if you need to do a quick application, if you need to develop application quickly for multiple platforms, multiple architectures, and you need to share the code, and you don't really have time to invest to learn how to write desktop applications. But if you have the time or if you have the knowledge, I think it's always better to write the native application.
Okay, thanks. For you, Vanessa, about virtual scroll, what about elements with dynamic height? Are there pitfalls with them?
Well, the virtual scroll consider the quantity of items that we need to display. For example, when I show the example, I have an array with 100,000 elements, but I cannot the item size only display 50 or in order that when we are going to move the scroll, we are going to throw all that data. But did consider the height than the viewport height. So if we have, for example, a container, in the container we want to include our virtual scroll, they consider the size that we implemented for that container. And in that, based if we add the rule or not for the item size that we want to display it's do it more efficiently than, for example, if we don't implement this kind of tool.
Yes, thank you. How can I choose between using classes versus interface for map in an observable? I'm not sure the map in an observable is a great criteria, but when do I choose between using classes versus interfaces into an Angular application?
It's for me.
for you or
for everyone.
Yeah, Mohammad or Piotr can answer to this question.
Okay, I'm going to start. For example, the interfaces is a way that we can create our models. We have the classes and we use the interface or the types. Depends on the kind of data we want to display, or the collection that they want to create it. And for mapping observables, it depends of I think that it depends on the dictionary that the people want to create, because there is a difference between the interfaces and the types, but maybe I'm going to, or I'm confusing the question related when programming-oriented objects or the data type, because in data type we have the interface and types, and in programming-oriented objects we have the classes and the interfaces and other things. So I am not sure, but I am focused more in the data type with my answer.
Thank you. I don't know if you're used to Flutter. Flutter also supports desktop, web, and mobile. And are there any points in developer experience, available jobs, or learning curve to choose Flutter versus Angular and Electron for desktop?
Well, there is also, I would add to that picture Kotlin, for instance. There is also now Kotlin native, which also tries to support all the platforms. So I believe that it's great to learn the stuff which kind of makes us excited. So if Flutter is exciting for someone, I'm sure that there will be a available job somewhere. And often if we try to work with a less popular technology, it turns out that it might be easier to find a job because some company somewhere started a project in Flutter, or they started a project in Angular. Not saying it's not popular. So then they will continue that project, and I think. And also, I think that it doesn't matter which technology we choose, because our experience is more about what we about how we can think about programming, and these are just tools, and I think it doesn't really matter for our further career if you choose Flutter or Angular. Maybe Angular will be more popular than Flutter.
Yeah, thanks. Any thought about that, Vanessa? Not about the Flutter part, but about how a framework can help you to find job, to provide you a better developer experience.
Well, I think that, for example, the learning curve for Flutter or Electron or other application is TypeScript. In case of Angular, a lot of developers had a lot of problems with TypeScript because they believe that it's the same as JavaScript and you can use it as the same way. And when they found with the program-oriented objects, maybe they have big curve in order to learn that. But if the user wants to use, I don't know, maybe here needs to include Ionic. I know that Flutter is more popular now, but Ionic was really used for a lot of developers and is still used. I think that it depends of developers, because some developers prefer use some native or more hybrid applications, and if they want to implement maybe an Angular application with a progressive web app, they only need to know Angular and know TypeScript and the best practices of PIF, and think in other facts or other subjects than the performance in order than to implement this in another tool.
Thank you. I have another question for you. Prettier and TSLint provide different features for enforcing code style. Are there any disadvantages in using both of them?
No, I don't think so, because Pretty helps you a lot to get a format in your code, and TSLint helps you to create the rules on all the configuration that you want for TypeScript, because that is the idea to have the TSLint. It's a linter for TypeScript in order to create the better code and create a better application in Angular, and Prettier is for formatting your application, so you can use it without any problem.
Thank you. I will have one last questions for you. Which one to choose? Well, as it's the junior track day, do you know some communities going on with Angular? Or will you have some advice of a community to join to discover a new subject, to talk to Angular developers? here is a community, Geekle being a community, but do you know other communities other?
I think the best communities are the local communities. So I would just say that Google might help a lot here to find a local community, and sometimes it doesn't have to be really Angular community, because you can get a lot of help with Angular from a, let's say, generic community for developers, right? That's what I would advise.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, as provided.
Sorry, Vanessa, for interrupting.
As provided into YouTube, you can join, for example, Angular Nation, and there is also I will provide you the link, an official Discord server for Angular. There is the link of the Twitter. You can find the link to join the community. It's pretty active with a lot of people. Okay, thanks so much, Piotr. Thanks so much, Vanessa, for joining us today. I hope everyone learned from best practices from another solution by building desktop applications. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Let me hide my banner. And another one, we have another fresh cell today. I hope you're enjoying the conference, and it's time for our Cybersecurity Global Summit Flash Prize. Mastering DevSecOps and security operations today is a matter of the success or failure of the project. The world is changing enormously fast, and so do the cybersecurity threats and changes. Join Cybersecurity Global Summit to learn about this new opportunity. The flash price for the summit is $90 instead of $179. And the number of tickets, of discounted tickets, is limited to 20. So don't miss your chance to get the best price during the 2 next hours. To claim your tickets, you can find the promo code AngularFlash, or you can scan the QR code on the banner. We will have now another 5-minute break, and after that, we will have a new host. Mike will host the next panel, the next introduction of speakers. It was a real pleasure to be here with you. If you are watching us with the Geekle platform, don't move. If you're watching us from YouTube, you will find the link to the next sessions for today in the description of the YouTube on YouTube. So thanks everyone for joining, but keep watching. Mike will come to explain you what's going on. Thank you. Bye bye.